This evening, we're going to have a presentation from Ty Stoddard with our legal team on the Kmsd court case. Just a review and a refresher for everybody. After that, we'll go through agenda review and then we can get started with the regular hearing. So with that, Ty.
All right, Chairperson Schaefer, Commission, thanks for having me today. My name is Ty Stoddard. I'm a Deputy City Attorney here at the city. Been here since January 2021. And you might have seen me back behind the dais a couple of times here, sitting in, watching the P&Z Commission, and here for historic preservation too. And so you might have seen me around, but it's nice to meet y'all formally here. So today I'm going to be talking about the Kmsd LLC versus County of Ada, an ACHD case. It's a 2003 Idaho Supreme Court case. There's been some questions from the commission about it. So hopefully today I'll just be able to clarify some of those questions and kind of delineate as best I can some of the powers of ACHD versus the powers of the city and kind of where those intersect and kind of where we're having some issues. So I'll go over a little bit of the statutory framework for ACHD and highway districts in general. Then we'll go into the case brief and we'll discuss a little bit about what that means for planning and zoning and city council. All right, first, just a couple of statutory provisions here. I'll try not to make you fall asleep. Basically, highway districts, when they say the district there, they mean highway districts. They're responsible for all county secondary and city highways, and no city included within a countywide highway district shall maintain or supervise any city highways or levy any ad valorem taxes for the construction, repair, or maintenance of city highways. And highways itself is defined very broadly in the Idaho Code. It means roads, streets, alleys, and bridges laid out or established for the public or dedicated or abandoned to the public. They also include culverts, sluices, drains, ditches, waterways, embankments, retaining walls, bridges, tunnels, grade separation structures, roadside improvements, adjacent lands. You kind of get the picture, pretty much everything. And importantly here, Idaho Code 40-13-10-1, it says the commissioners of a highway district shall have exclusive general supervision and jurisdiction over all highways and public rights of ways within their highway system. So that exclusive word is important, kind of mean this is all within ACHD or highway districts kind of purview, and cities aren't going to be much involved here. All right, Kmsd LLC versus County of Ada and ACHD. To the best I could figure out based on the Supreme Court opinion, this is the subject property that is the subject of the litigation we're talking about here. It's about a quarter mile east of Maple Grove on the north side of Overland. Probably driven by it before. I think there's a pretty good Chinese food spot in there somewhere. Okay, a little bit of the overview of this case. The developer here, Kmsd, brought an action against Ada County and ACHD to protest the requirement that they construct a public street and sidewalk and pay impact fees. They allege that this was an unconstitutional taking. At the district court level, the county prevailed on summary judgment and ACHD prevailed at trial. For those who don't know, summary judgment just means that there are no issues of material fact and the county was entitled to judgment as a matter of law. Basically, even if all the facts were taken in Kmsd's favor, the county would still win the case. And so Kmsd appealed the district court's judgment in favor of ACHD to the Idaho Supreme Court. So the appeal just concerned Kmsd and ACHD. Ada County wasn't a party to the case at the Supreme Court. Okay, the facts of the case. Sorry, this is a little long-winded, but it kind of has to be because this is a fact-intensive case. So Kmsd wanted to construct a shopping center on Overland Road, like I was saying. So they applied to Ada County for a rezone and applied to ACHD for a land use application. ACHD commissioners approved Kmsd's application with the conditions that they construct a public street and sidewalk. Ada County Board of Commissioners, after ACHD's approval, then approved Kmsd's proposed development and zoning change with those same conditions that they construct a public streets and sidewalk and that they get ACHD's approval prior to the final development. So Kmsd went ahead, they built the street, they built the sidewalk, and they deeded it to ACHD. And there's the timeline there that happened in September 1998. So the question before the court, and which is important for well, at least which is relevant to our discussion here today, is did the ACHD requirement that KMSD construct and dedicate the street constitute a taking? And the Idaho Supreme Court held that KMSD's or that ACHD's requirement did not constitute a taking. And basically there are two reasons for that. First, at the time of the condition set forth by ACHD, ACHD did not have jurisdiction of the street. It was not deeded to them at that point. So there's no general or regular supervision of that street. And more importantly, for our purposes, the court stated final authority to approve or reject KMST's proposed development was vested in the 80 county commissioners under LUPA. And so the rule emanating from this case is that only the governmental entity with final authority to impose a condition can effectuate a taking. And because ACHD wasn't the final authority, the final land use authority in this case, they couldn't effectuate a taking. I don't think the court was saying that ACHD could never effectuate a taking. I think they could, they've got eminent domain powers. But in this case, because they weren't that final authority, it was impossible for ACHD to effectuate a taking. Okay. And what does that mean for us? Some general rules for our purposes. The ACHD does not have the authority to deny a proposed development before P&Z and council. The final land use authority, for our purposes, city council has the authority to condition a development within its discretion. It is not legally bound by the recommendations of ACHD. One important point that's not clarified by the KMST case is whether, what if a proposed development abuts an already public road? A public road would be one that ACHD already has jurisdiction over, and then there's a disagreement between the land use authority, council, and ACHD. For instance, maybe on where to take access. There's no case law that kind of clarifies or illuminates this point. We don't really know what would happen if this question were litigated. So it's an open question. Things like this tend to happen. The important thing to know is cooperation is vital. Coordination between the staffs, early kind of identification of problems, and working to a solution that's agreeable to both ACHD and the city. What could happen? Why we want to see these best practices? We don't want to end up in a protracted litigation where the court is making rules that maybe obfuscate the process even further. So that's my presentation for you. I'm here to take any questions, and my colleague, Mr. Smith back there can help me there too. Thank you.
Mr. Danley has his hand raised online. Commissioner Danley.
Sorry, this is my COVID voice, unfortunately. That's why I'm not with you today. But I needed to hear this one because I've been asking for this for quite a number of months, and so happy to see this. If from staff, could we go back to the previous slide with the bullet points? Okay, so just to clarify, so then this top bullet, ACHD does not have the authority to deny a proposed development before P&Z and council. That is a tremendously important statement, because that basically says that they're never going to deny anything that is in front of us, right? And so when it comes to the authority to deny it, it pretty much rests entirely on our shoulders, either be it P&Z and or council, which also implies then that transportation implications can be cited as a reason to deny. Is that an accurate statement?
Chairperson Schaefer, Commissioner Danley, generally speaking, yes. I would be concerned about some of the practical maybe consequences. The way I think about it, the way I kind of visualize it in my head is like a Venn diagram, like two circles that overlap in bits. We know clearly what some of our authority is as a city, as a political subdivision, and we know clearly what some of ACHD's, what's in their purview. That bit in the middle, some of it leans more towards us, lean towards more ACHD. But generally speaking, that first bullet point is correct in a general sort of way. Yes. I hope that was helpful.
Mr. Chair.
Oh,
Just a follow up. I mean, that's exactly the complexity that we're dealing with, right? Everybody knows it's always gray when it comes to this whole issue. But at least statutorily and as a part of a Supreme Court case, we have some things that we can sort of hang our hat on. And I'd imagine that it's probably going to come to some other case at some point in the future to further define the authorities that are provided to either entity. So anyway, I just wanted to say I appreciate the effort by staff to present this to us, and hopefully it has done some good. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Danley. Commissioner Stead?
yeah, thanks. I just had, I wondered, so they don't have the authority to deny, but do we ever see like a recommendation to deny, similar to the way that staff handles, or even when we're sending something on to city council or something like that?
Commissioner Stead, Chairperson Schaefer, can you repeat the first part of that question, please?
I'm just wondering, do they ever, like, if they don't have the authority to deny a proposed development, do we ever see in their notes that they recommend denial?
Chairperson Schaefer, Commissioner Stead, I believe we do see recommendations that they, recommendations.
They
for
don't
denial.
support it from ACHD.
Yeah, and let me, if you may indulge me for a second, I came across a statutory provision that I think might be helpful to kind of visualize kind of like the overall kind of viewpoint, the authority between the two agencies. And looking at subsection 4 here, it kind of tries to lay out the kind of interplay between ACHD or highway district and a political subdivision like a county or a city. And I can read that if you'd like, or I'd allow you to read it as well.
So in this instance, we get the second to last sentence under 4. The highway district will take into consideration the comprehensive general plan of the appropriate county or city planning agency. So essentially it's saying ECHD would look at the comp plan for the city of Boise when considering rights of way for new development.
Chairperson Schaefer, yes, that's what this statute contemplates.
Okay. Was there anything in this particular court case? Was there anything unusual? I mean, did the developer feel like they had an argument to make? It seems like, I mean, I don't know very much about this particular case. It just seems at a high level, pretty straightforward. You want to develop a shopping center and you have to build a road to get there. Was there anything unusual about the case that they felt they had an argument against ACHD?
Chairperson Schaefer, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how to answer that.
Gotcha. Any other questions for Ty?
Mr. Chair, I just had a quick question.
Commissioner Finfrock, yeah. Of course.
So do you know what the plaintiffs won on MSJ? Like what it was actually kicked out before trial?
Chairperson Schaefer, Commissioner Finfrock, can you repeat that, please?
Yeah, what was won on MSJ before trial? Like what were the what was decided?
Give me a second here. I'm just looking through the
Sorry to put you on the spot.
claims here. I'm not sure exactly, Chairperson Schaefer, Commissioner Finfrock, I'm not sure exactly the extent of the claims, but the only claim that survived summary judgment initially was an inverse condemnation claim. Yeah, I'm sorry, off the top of my head, I'm not exactly sure, and I don't want to keep you guys any longer than I need to. Yep.
Okay.
Be happy to discuss further though.
Any other questions from the commission? Commissioner Danley, you still have your hand up. So I'm just going to check in with you.
Nope, just a bad habit. Sorry.
Okay. Feel better.
Chairperson Schaefer,
Yep.
if you may, just one more legal point that I've found that I've highlighted here in the case, and it might speak to some of the problems that some courts and some cities and ACHD have been facing. Basically, in this case, the Kmsd LLC case, the district court decided that ACHD had complete jurisdiction over the public streets and public rights of way throughout Ada County, which is a different conclusion than the Supreme Court came to. They came to, Ada County is the final land use authority. The district court found that ACHD had that authority, that final authority. So just an interesting point there about, confusion about where that authority rests between the two.
Okay. Well, I think that does it for our questions. Appreciate your time.
Yeah,
and the
anytime.
update.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, we can hop into agenda review now. Okay, so this evening we've got minutes from March 7th to accept.
Okay.
First item, CAR 21-00042 for Sawtooth Development on 8710 South Pleasant Valley Way. Annexation of 81.23 acres. They have requested deferral to May 2nd. We're recommending we let them do that.
Okay.
Item number 2 is rezone PUD and subdivision on 3750 South Maple Grove. It's an annexation of approximately 8 acres with a proposed R1C for 43 detached single-family homes. We are recommending approval, but there is neighborhood opposition, so we will have to hear that.
Okay.
Item 3 is a rezone of approximately 6 acres from R1A to C2D or NC2D to R3D at 8475 West Limelight Street. Included with that is a PUD for 122 multifamily units and a request to exceed the parking maximum requirements. We are recommending approval, but there is neighborhood opposition and the applicant is against some of the conditions. So we will be hearing that as well. Item 4, a rezone and CUP for a childcare facility for up to 208 children on 4.79 acres. 8837 South Federal Way is the only one up for consent tonight. We have so far no opposition and we are recommending approval. So we can try for consent on that. Item 5 is a PUD variance and sub at 9820 West Shields Avenue. It's a request for 5 single-family homes on 0.69 acres with a variance to reduce the required backup space and landscape buffer. We are recommending denial, so we'll be hearing that. Item 6 is an annexation of approximately 2.1 acres with an R1C zone at 11825 West Victory Road. We are recommending approval, but there is neighborhood opposition, so we will be hearing that as well. Item 7 is the PUD sub at 701 and 711 West Franklin Street. It's a modification to something we've heard recently, a conditional use permit for planned residential development. Now it's comprised of 5 townhomes and 1 single family home on 0.42 acres. We are recommending approval, but there is neighborhood opposition, so we'll be hearing that one as well. Item 8 is a conditional use permit to convert an existing assisted living facility into a planned residential development comprised of 77 multifamily units at 1093 South Hilton Street. Again, we are recommending approval, but we have received neighborhood opposition. So we'll be hearing that. It's like there's a pattern. Number 9 is a PUD sub at 3324 West Tucker Road. It's a conditional use permit just to split into 2 single family homes with a parking reduction on 0.26 acres. We are recommending approval, but the applicant is against one of the conditions, so we'll be hearing that. Item 10 as a PUD sub at 1719 South Longmont Ave. It's for 2 single-family homes on 0.15 acres. Again, we are recommending approval, but we have received neighborhood opposition on that. And then finally, a CUP for a major motor vehicle repair shop on State Street, 9998 and 132 West State Street to be exact. We are recommending approval, but have received neighborhood opposition. So we'll be hearing that as well. So grand total, deferral has been requested for item 1. We can try for consent for item 4, and we will be hearing 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. All of them, almost. Any questions?
Crystal, I'm sure you prepped the applicants, especially later in the agenda, that after 9:30, it's up to us.
Mhm.
Okay, very good.
People are aware.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Squires.
Crystal, on the 2 that have conditions that are being contested by the applicant, can you walk us through really quickly what those are? I think it'd be really helpful for us in advance to have that information prior to coming in, if that is available.
Sure, absolutely. So on item 3, that's the rezone and PUD on Limelight. The applicant is in opposition to the condition of a 12-foot multi-use path along State Street. That's the main issue there. And then for the other PUD sub item 9, the applicant is in opposition to the requirement for attached sidewalk.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for staff? Okay. Thanks, Crystal.
All right, we'll see you back here at 6.
Awesome. All right, I'm gonna lock this up.
All right. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Boise City Planning and Zoning Commission public hearing. A few things to start out with for tonight's proceedings. Everyone from the public entering the hearing virtually has been automatically muted and cannot speak. As the item you're interested in comes up for discussion, you will be called upon and unmuted. There is a chat function in Zoom. This is not part of the record and should only be used if technical difficulties arise. Our procedures for public hearings begins with a presentation from the planning team, then we'll go to the applicant and then the representative of the Registered Neighborhood Association, followed by questions from the commission. After that, we proceed to public testimony, starting with those who are in person, then who signed up on the sign-up sheet in advance, and then anyone else who raises their hand virtually. If you are attending through your telephone, you can type in *9 to raise your hand. Each member of the public is allowed up to 3 minutes for testimony. We are strict with this time as it is limited in code. Finally, the applicant is allowed 5 minutes for rebuttal, after which the hearing will be closed and the commission will deliberate and render a decision. Mr. Chair, you have the floor.
Thanks, Crystal. Good evening. We are citizen volunteers appointed by the mayor and approved by the city council. We make final decisions on conditional use permits, variances and appeals, and recommendations to the city council on subdivisions, rezones, annexations, and code or comprehensive plan amendments. Any decision made tonight may be appealed to the city council, provided that the appeal is filed within 10 days of this hearing. In order to file an appeal, you must have given written or oral testimony at tonight's meeting. So that's why it's important to give your name and address when you testify tonight. We utilize a consent agenda. This means that if the applicant agrees with the staff report, and if there is no public opposition, the item will be placed on the consent agenda. All items that are placed on the consent agenda are approved with one motion without further public comment. For items not on the consent agenda, we will hold a full public hearing in the order just detailed a few minutes ago with staff, applicant, neighborhood association, and then public testimony. Thank you all for attending tonight. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Stead.
Here.
Schaefer.
Here.
Squires.
Here.
Blanchard.
Here.
Moore. Gillespie. Finfrock.
Here.
Stanley. Mooney. Five present, 4 absent.
Okay, thank you. All right, first tonight, we'll get our consent agenda assembled. Without objection, I'll place the minutes from our March 7th meeting on the consent agenda. And then looking at our new business items tonight, we have one project, I think one project eligible for consent. That's item number 4, CAR 22-3 and CUP 22-4, Micron Technology at 8837 South Federal Way. This is a rezone of 4.79 acres from T1D to C2D, and then a conditional use permit for a childcare facility serving up to 208 children on the site. Is the applicant present this evening? Online. Okay, so we have a hand up from Mr. Erpelding. One minute. Good. Not coming through.
Apologies, Commissioner, he's not letting me.
Okay. Having a technical difficulty. Yeah. You want to ask him over chat, Crystal? Good.
He says yes.
Okay. So Mr. Erpelding indicated that he's in agreement with the terms and conditions of the staff report. Is that correct? Staff? Okay, very good. Is there anyone here this evening that would like to testify in opposition to this project? Okay, looks like no takers there. So we'll go ahead and place item number 4 on the consent agenda. At this point, I'd like to entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Stead.
I move that we approve the consent agenda consisting of the March 7th, 2022 meeting minutes and item number 4, CAR 22-3 and CUP 22-4.
Second.
Thank you. I believe it was a motion to approve the consent agenda. Yes. Okay. So we have a motion to approve, motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Any other discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner?
I'll be recusing myself from this vote.
Oh, yes. Okay. Let the record show that Commissioner Finfrock is recusing herself from this vote. I would also like to recuse myself from this vote as I'm the landscape architect of record on the Micron project. So with that, we'll go ahead and will the clerk please call the roll?
Ed,
Aye.
Squires,
Aye.
Blanchard,
Aye.
all in favor, motion carries.
Okay, thank you. And then our next item tonight, we have a deferral request. So that's item number 1, CAR 21-42 Sawtooth Development at 8710 South Pleasant Valley Road. This is an annexation request. The applicant is requesting deferral to May 2nd. If there's anybody, is there anyone here this evening to testify on this item that cannot attend the meeting on May 2nd? Okay, no takers. At this point, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Stead.
I move that we defer item number 1, CAR 21-42 to May 2nd.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second to defer item 1 to May 2nd. Any other discussion? Okay, will the clerk please call the roll?
Ed,
Aye.
Schaefer,
Aye.
Squires,
Aye.
Blanchard,
Aye.
Finbrock,
Aye.
all in favor, motion carries.
Okay, and with that, we will dive into our agenda tonight. First item up is item number 2, CAR 21-46, PUD 21-67, and SUB 21-62. This is Rodney Evans and Partners. The project is located at 3750 South Maple Grove Road. And we're going to hear from staff first, Mr. David Mosier.
Thank you. Chairman, Commissioners, the applicant is requesting an annexation of approximately 8 acres from or with an R1C zone located at 3750 South Maple Grove Road, a conditional use permit for a planned residential development and a subdivision containing 43 dwelling units is also included. And as you can see from the aerial photograph, the property is located approximately 2,500 feet south of Victory Road and adjacent to the east is West Junior High School site, which was recently annexed into the city of Boise. The surrounding area is primarily made up of detached single-family homes, and adjacent to the north is a church facility, and there's a large city-owned property adjacent to the south. And as you can see from this slide, the requested R1C zone is compatible and consistent with the surrounding neighborhoods since the site and the adjacent neighborhood to the north is designated suburban on the land use map. The proposed R1C zone is the most compatible with the adjacent properties as it will allow for detached single-family resident development that is consistent with what is anticipated to develop in the area. In addition, other agencies have commented on the application and have stated they had no objections to the annexation. And as just previously noted, the property does abut the city limits. As you can see from the site plan, the property or the development consists of a subdivision comprised of detached single-family homes with a PUD to reduce lot sizes, widths, and is also requesting reduced interior setbacks. First, I'd like to note that the original project design, as in the detailed letter of explanation, was revised and the unit count increased to 43. In addition, slight changes were made to the lot sizes and widths in order to accommodate the detached sidewalks and landscape buffers along the interior roadways. The project does provide pedestrian connectivity to the surrounding neighborhood, which includes the school site to the east and the adjacent property to the west. Reduced interior setbacks are also requested to allow front and street side setbacks to be measured from the back of sidewalk instead of property line, and a reduced street side setback 10 feet is also requested. In summary, the project complies with all the required perimeter setbacks and project amenities as per code. The main issue to be discussed tonight is should the project street or the proposed project street be a public street or private street? The applicant is proposing a private street with the project since ACHD suggested the right-of-way be private, but the street will be constructed and built to ACHD public street standards. However, the planning team is requesting that it be dedicated as a public street. The reasons listed by ACHD for not accepting a public street are as follows. It does not comply with their successive driveway or traffic calming policies, and they do not believe that there are any opportunities for future street connections in this area. To address these issues, the planning team would note that waivers from these policies have been granted in the past for different projects. In addition, there are design techniques such as bulb outs and other things that could be used to address the traffic calming concerns. Finally, the planning team believes that there is the potential for street connectivity to the surrounding neighborhood. Therefore, the planning team recommends the street be dedicated as a public roadway. In addition, the planning team did receive a number of letters from the neighbors expressing concerns with traffic impacts, compatibility, density, and loss of mature trees. We also received a letter from the South Cole Neighborhood Association expressing these similar concerns. To address these concerns, I would note the following. The section of Maple Grove abutting the site or the property is listed on ACHD's capital improvement plan and will be widened in the future. And based on daily traffic counts, there is capacity on the roadway to support the project. The project density is compatible with the surrounding neighborhoods since the area is suburban on the comprehensive plan land use map, which allows for the R1C zone and anticipates residential density similar to what's proposed with the project. Finally, several mature trees will be removed from the site, but additional trees will be planted, and the project complies with the tree mitigation requirements of the landscape ordinance as per our development code. In conclusion, the planning team recommends approval of the annexation, the planning and development, and the subdivision. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Next, we hear from the applicant.
Good evening. My name is Tim Makwa. I'm with Hayden Homes, 1406 North Main Street, Suite 109, Meridian 83642. Happy to be here with you tonight. We've been working on this for quite a while. We were deferred in February to work through some of the issues with the public versus private street. And then again, we were deferred in March as ACHD didn't quite have their staff report ready. So it's been a while coming, and we're happy to be here and present this for your consideration. So as David mentioned, we're requesting a annexation with an R1C zone, companion PUD, and our preliminary plat for 43 buildable single-family detached home sites. We are requesting the reduced lot size as a way to first make this affordable from our standpoint as the builder developer. Land is, as you know, has gone up astronomically here lately. So in an effort to stay as close to the affordability side as we can, the greater density helps while maintaining that compatibility of a single family detached per the comp plan. So I don't want to go over everything. I think David did a great job on the staff report and on his summary. I just want a couple things I'd like to cover. Keep going, David. I want to go to the house plans. I just wanted to cover a couple of items and then Ben Semple will come up. I wanted to show some of the product type that we're visioning here. With the 40-foot wide lot, we've got a 30-foot wide or 28-foot wide housing product that we've been building in Boise and South Boise off Cole Road and Lake Hazel at our Basari project. I think they're beautiful and they've been very well received. There's not a lot of homes under 450,000, as you all know. And so we've been able to keep these down in that range below, starting in the high threes. So it's sad to say that that's an attractable number right now, but that's sort of where we are. As you can see, it's a variety of single story and two-story homes. Keep going. Just a couple other examples. We've got a variety of color palettes, finishes on the exterior. Next one, David. I just wanted to show a few examples of some of our interior design and product. You can see I think it's a nice quality product, particularly in the square footages that we're proposing in the 1,000 to up to 1,800 square foot range. Just a couple more examples. One more, David. So I think that's about it. I'm happy to answer questions, but I would propose, I guess, that Ben come up and cover a couple of these things a little more, and then I'd be happy to come back up if you'd like.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Ben Semple, Rodney Evans and Partners, 1450 West Bannock Street, Boise, 83706. I wanted to first state that we are in agreement with the terms and conditions of the staff report. I know that there's some discussion between ACHD and the city about whether this is going to be private or public street. We intend for this to be built, and it is designed to meet ACHD standards for a public right-of-way. So whether that is accepted as a public street now or is dedicated in the future, it will be built that way and is designed that way. If it's private right now, it will have an easement that covers it for public access, both in the roadway and sidewalks, so that that pedestrian connectivity can come through this from the school site or surrounding areas. The predominant concerns for the neighborhood were definitely the land use compatibility, density, zoning, and then the traffic and streets. And then there's some discussion about irrigation, utilities, and some of the trees on the site. The R1C zoning is a single family residential zone, which is supported in the suburban land use areas of Boise that supports R1A, R1B, and R1C. R1C zoning would allow for up to 8 units an acre, which would put 63 units on this site. We do not feel that that's appropriate for this location, which is why we've designed this with 43 units. Initially, during our conversations with city planning, we were encouraged to explore some higher densities. But again, after some conversations internally and with neighbors, we felt that this was a good compromise between those. The property falls within the area that is anticipated to experience some infill and redevelopment, and is also in line with residential developments to the south, north, and west, as well as future development to the east, which are in the range of approximately 5 to 18 units an acre. That exists in the South Creek subdivision on the west side of Maple Grove to the southwest. There's 3 to 8 unit per acre development to the northeast, Park Crest subdivision off Trabuco, and 2 to 7 units per acre in the Sunrise Rim subdivision, which is south of the canal that runs south of the future park site. There are additional large lot developments within the area that were developed in the county. They may or may not redevelop in the future. We feel that this is a very compatible development here with our densities of 43 units on this acreage. We're approximately 5.4 units per acre, which is just over the 4.8 that's allowed within R1B. The PUD process allows us to reduce those lot sizes below the standards of R1C, but in no case is any lot below 40 feet wide. We will, and I want to clarify, while we are asking for a front setback reduction as part of the PUD from the back of sidewalk versus the right-of-way line, which is only a 2-foot difference, all internal side and rear setbacks meet the R1C standard, with the exception of one lot that has a street side setback request of 10 feet, and it is on the side of that cul-de-sac bulb that's on kind of the north part of the property. We are dedicating the additional 25 feet of right-of-way along Maple Grove to meet the 50 feet of right-of-way requested for the future expansion of Maple Grove. And then we have a fairly large common lot along there to act as a landscape buffer. So I do want to clarify something too on the setbacks from ACHD. While we don't meet the setback from the adjacent church driveway entries, we're approximately 400 feet from the closest public road intersection to the north with Maple Grove, and then just over 300, it's about 310 from a road to the south that enters Maple Grove. We will be extending public utilities, sewer, water, power, and communications to and through the site to Stub, which does take some of or at least a well on this site offline. It also provides the ability for other users along Maple Grove to connect to public water if they're having issues with wells. They don't have to do that, but it is available for them. And regarding the impacts to potential aquifer or the other wells, all of our stormwater is kept on site and infiltrated. And then the irrigation water right that will irrigate the common open spaces as well as all the landscape areas on these lots will allow that water to infiltrate as well. So it does, while we are increasing hardscape on here, we are putting all of that water back in. So rainfall and irrigation water will infiltrate on the site. The irrigation lateral that runs along the south boundary will be piped and rerouted slightly, but only to allow for us to install our pressurized irrigation system. State law does not allow for us to impact the delivery to downstream users. So that will be maintained. That probably means that construction on that occurs in the off season, which is typically the case. Let's see, the trees that we're removing primarily consist of cottonwoods or other volunteer trees that are growing in or adjacent to that irrigation ditch. You're probably well aware that most of these irrigation companies do not want trees in or adjacent to their ditches. So while we are removing the 265 caliper inches of trees that are represented by those existing, we are planting 330 caliper inches of trees. That's at planting time. So you can imagine in 10 years, those will be 6 to 10 inch caliper trees. And then 11 additional evergreens on the site. This represents an increase in caliper inches, even at planting, not at maturity, as well as a substantial increase in the canopy of the trees in this area. Ultimately, we feel like this project is very appropriate for the site. It will bring a high quality housing product and provide for additional housing that is needed in the Boise area. And as Tim mentioned, it will help address affordability that is a struggle in the greater Treasure Valley. And with that, we would stand for additional questions.
I'm going to take 38 seconds here and bring up one more point. This is Tim Makwa again. Ben mentioned our reduction request to reduce setbacks. I wanted to point out that it's still going to be 20 feet from back of sidewalk to face of garage. So we're not proposing to encroach anywhere on that. The other thing I wanted to mention is we feel like we were kind of in a bit of a pickle here between ACHD and the city of Boise on the private versus public. We worked hard, and I talked to David quite a bit trying to coordinate this to get it to a situation that everybody could be happy with. We know that's not always possible. So our compromise is we included, I wanted to point out note number 11 on our preliminary plat. And what we're saying in that note is that the HOA should acknowledges, by buying into this community, that they're going to cooperate and agree with dedication of the street as the public street to ACHD as a public right of way. ACHD is not obligated to take that, but it's got to be proven that it's in the public's interest. And I think that's going to be dictated by how things around this site get developed and whether stubs are warranted. So that was it. Thank you.
Good. Thanks, gentlemen. All right, next we'll hear from representative of the Neighborhood Association. I have Earl Heinrichs listed, but it's Miss LaFrenz is here this evening.
We have a presentation tonight.
Think it's up.
So, hi, my name is Esty LaFrenz. I live at 7604 West Thunder Mountain Drive, and I'm the president of South Cole Neighborhood Association. The SCNA is requesting the denial of CAR 2146, PUD 2167, and SUB 2162, the annexation, rezoning, and planned unit development at 3750 Maple Grove Road. We respectfully request the denial of these applications to revise the incompatible zoning and allow corrections to address the comments and concerns of the neighborhood and ACHD. I will straight out say the elephant in the room. There is an absolute disconnect between what the city wants and the rural lifestyle of Southwest Boise. While we understand that growth is happening all around us, we hope to maintain the same consistent development patterns in Southwest Boise. You will see the little skinny L-shaped parcel here with hash marks that hopes to be its own subdivision. Compare that with the surrounding residential lots, which are large lots where each home is built on 1 to 3 acres. This little skinny parcel proposes a private drive roadway along the southern part of this land, which dead ends into a cul-de-sac circle to turn around. Next. Now I want to show the Ada County zoning map. R1 is 1 home per acre and R2 is 2 homes per acre. Most of these parcels are 1 to 3 acres in size. Currently, the project parcel is zoned as RSW Rural Southwest. This Ada County zone states to, quote, allow agricultural and rural residential uses to continue within areas of city impact, end quote. The proposed project is requesting R1C, which is called Single Family Residential Urban. It needs to be said that this location is not urban. The surrounding land use is suburban, large lot, rural, school, and parks and open space. The most appropriate and compatible zone for this area would be R1A, the single family residential large lot, or at the very least, R1B, single family residential suburban. The R1C zone simply does not fit here. Next. I want to talk about ACHD's recommendations. Clearly, there is only one ingress and egress onto Maple Grove Road. To build an entire subdivision with only one way in and one way out does not make sense. The proposed PUD directs all traffic onto Maple Grove. ACHD stated in their project report that they will not accept the PUD roadway as a public street since the street location and layout does not comply with their policies. ACHD policy states that a private street cannot be stubbed to the adjacent parcels and recommends that the stub streets to the north and south should be removed from the plat. ACHD also indicates that Maple Grove is listed in the CIP to be widened to 5 lanes, so the project should be required to dedicate additional right-of-way acquisition to total 50 feet from the center line. ACHD also states that the applicant's proposal to construct a 33-foot wide private road located at the site's south property line does not meet the district's successive driveways policy, which requires driveways located on principal arterial roadways with a speed limit of 35 miles per hour to align or offset a minimum of 330 feet from any existing or proposed driveway. At a minimum, please set a condition to comply with this Ada County requirement. Finally, ACHD's report states that they do not make any assurances that the private road, which is part of this application, will be accepted as a public road if such a request is made in the future. I don't believe it should be ACHD's responsibility to fix projects that go against their recommendations. Next. This project will destroy 13 mature trees, which conflicts with Boise's goals for sustainable and environmentally friendly growth. It is unclear why 13 mature trees will need to be removed since some of them appear to be on the school district property. The PUD does not provide evidence that irrigation water rights for downstream users of TAP 146 and TAP 146A will be maintained, not diverted or obstructed, but I just heard tonight that they're aware of that and are going to work with that. It is not known how the development on this parcel will impact the groundwater aquifer, but again, we heard tonight that they think that even though it's going to be mostly hardscaped, that it won't impact the water seepage and irrigation. Next. SCNA, in conjunction with the neighbors, is requesting the denial of these applications to allow corrections to ensure a more predictable development since it is located within a suburban area of Boise and not within an urban area. ACHD's recommendations and policies are necessary to ensure proper growth in the area and should be required for the development. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. LaFrenz. Okay, well, I'll go ahead and open this up to any questions from the commission of staff, the applicant, or the neighborhood association.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Finbrock.
So I had a question for David. We've heard a lot about like urban versus suburban areas and R1C. Is this an urban area or a suburban area? Because R1C is allowed in the suburban area, but I'm a little confused about that urban designation.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, the suburban land use designation does allow for the R1C. It is an acceptable zoning designation there. It is the R1C is noted as an urban land or urban residential because it does have the 8 units an acre, although they're not proposing 8 units with this project. I think their density is like 5.4 units is what they're proposing. That does allow for a slightly smaller setbacks too, which matches with the design and the product type that they're getting for rear yard setbacks, whereas the setbacks, the R1B or the R1A are significantly larger and require much larger buildings or lot sizes, from 20,000 for the R1A to 9,000 minimum for the R1B. The plan team thinks the R1C is appropriate.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Squires.
David, thanks for talking with me this morning and going through some of the nuances and making sure I understood some of the aspects of this project. I guess, and also thank you to the applicant for clarifying. The one question I had was regarding the HOA in the future in terms of being able to be dedicated to the public if that's the direction we go. But I guess the question is how does the applicant, assuming this project gets approved, how do they overcome this barrier with ACHD based on the conditions of approval that you have placed in the staff report, David? I'm just trying to understand, if they're at an impasse, who ultimately wins and how do they overcome that?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, the ultimate, I think the public versus private on the street would be a kind of decision that council will have to make was part of the subdivision process. The P&Z would make recommendation on it. It is difficult to say, and we can, council could require it to be public. At that point, then I guess the applicant would have to go back before ACHD commission and request and actually make the request, which they didn't do initially. Because if the ACHD commission decides that it should be private, then honestly, I do not know what happens at that point, because then they're caught between 2 competing agencies. I think kind of goes back to our work session on, who has jurisdiction here. And I honestly don't know the answer to that at this point. Ideally, it'd be good for the agency, for ACHD and the city to work together on this.
Agreed upon that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Finfrock.
So I had another question about lot size or lot width requirements. And you may not know this, David, but in the code rewrite, do they eliminate those lot requirements? I remember reading something that they would no longer have them in the code rewrite. It would just be discretional.
I think. Mr. Chair, members of the commission, I'm not familiar with the nuances of our code rewrite and the modules. Although I believe you're right, I think a lot of those have been rewritten or have been removed within the new zoning ordinance to some degree. Although I honestly don't know offhand what that is.
Thank you.
David, back on the road question, I just want to make sure I'm looking at the right parcels to the south. We're proposed, they're stubbing 2 stub streets to the same parcel to the south. Is that correct? It's only one parcel that's south and adjacent to this property, correct?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, that is correct. It's a large city-owned property. It's the McGurdio Park site.
Correct. Okay. So then obviously that was suggested. So typically we see a stub street, one stub street to an adjacent parcel. So obviously staff has directed the applicant to provide both of these connection points.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, that is correct. At this point in time, I don't know what will happen with that site.
Gotcha. Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Finfrock.
One more question for Ben.
Mm-hmm.
You guys brought up the Lake Hazel project in your presentation, and I was just curious if you knew the lot size, if there was reduced lot sizes in that project.
This is Tim Makwa again. Yes, they were. We had roughly 42 by 105. So they were in that 4,100 to 4,500 square foot, comparable with these. Yeah. But we did not have detached sidewalks there. So that's part of what's taken a couple feet out of the frontage of these.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Squires.
David, just looking at the parcels around the site, can you talk to me about redevelopment possibilities for some of these larger lot subdivisions, the church property to the north, the school site to the east? I noticed we're not providing stubs to those properties. What was staff's thinking in not providing for potential of redevelopment?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, as for the school site to the east, it was determined that the chance at the school site itself, it is the West Junior High and across is the high school. The chance of that redeveloping anytime soon is very, very small. And we didn't think it was worthwhile to provide a street stub to it, although they are providing a pedestrian connection to it for safe schools. As for the church site to, I guess, to the north or west, depending on where you are on this sort of toothbrush shaped property, the parcel directly to the north that it stubs into is actually still owned by the church. So the thought is that there is potential, and it's landlocked, there is potential for that to redevelop at some point. And we thought that stubbing to it would be good. The church, I don't know if there's what potential for the actual church to redevelop. It was hard to say. And it was deemed that maybe not providing direct connectivity to it at this point in time was worthwhile, although it could definitely happen. And there is possibility to do that. The back half of that church is a giant ballpark area that could potentially be sold off by them and redevelop. So it was a decision that was kind of made, although I agree there is some potential that it could redevelop and stubbing would be good.
Thank you.
I've got another question, David, on the road connection at Maple Grove. I mean, essentially this parcel is essentially a large, I guess you call it a large flag lot. It's kind of a unique animal in that regard, right? It's a pretty big parcel, but it is a flag lot. Is it safe to say that, any design or any application for this parcel is going to have to take access off of Maple Grove Road, correct?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, that is correct.
So regardless of this design or another potential design for this property, no driveway is going to adhere to ACHD's dimensional requirements due to the location of the flag lot and the connection on Maple Grove Road.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, that is correct.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, do last call for questions. Good. Yeah, all right, we'll go ahead and open up this item for public hearing, public testimony. Got a few folks sign up ahead of time here. Ellie, well, I guess Stay LaFrenz, Miss LaFrenz, I assume you were just signing up for the neighborhood association. Okay. Then we have Ellie Evans and Verna Johnson. If you both want to speak, come on up here to the podium.
I will say mostly that Ms. LaFrenz covered most of what I had to say.
Okay, if you wouldn't mind just starting with your name and address,
I'm
please.
Ellie Evans. I'm 3231 Victory View Drive.
Thank you.
I'm just a small little jump up the road. My biggest problem with this is the density of it. I moved to here when I bought a house there because there was areas between the houses and because you could have things like horses in your backyard. It's like minimum of 1 acre lots. And I think this is kind of overkill to put 43 houses on an 8 acre lot. My other big problem is the Maple Grove issue. Every car that comes out of there will go out onto Maple Grove, which is already overrun. You can hardly get out onto Maple Grove, even when they even when they change it to 5 lanes, it's still going to be another probably roughly 100 more cars coming in and out every single day. I just don't think it's a good thing. I don't know why I think maybe it's okay to build there, but the 43 houses to me is overdone. Those are my main things, the density and the traffic, and there is no public transit. And if you try to go anywhere between like 7 and 9 in the morning, it is a constant flow of traffic, and there's noise problem. It's very noisy, and there's lots of emissions going out in the air. So it's not very healthy either. I think that was basically what I have.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Ms. Johnson, would you like to testify? Okay, very good. All right, we'll go ahead and open it up to anybody else who'd like to testify. Come on up to the podium. We have a few folks online as well, but we'll start with the folks in person.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Steve Madden. I live at 1120 East Lewis Street in Boise, Idaho. I guess my concerns or impressions with developments like this is the density, the impact of the areas that they're being put in. I'm curious to know whether or not the city of Boise in planning and zoning has applied any of the housing bonus ordinance conditions to this project. Because it seems to me like density, parking, impact are all kind of being waived a bit to make sure that this development goes in an affordable fashion for the builder. And I understand building homes that you can't sell in the open market is just a fool's errand. And I appreciate developers wanting to make a profit and be able to sell their product. But I think also cooler heads have to be involved here and look at the overall impact of it. The lady that just spoke here, she said there's no public transit out there. If there's somebody that lives in that neighborhood that needs to get out and maybe they need public transit, I guess you could call Uber, but not everybody has a car to get around. Maple Grove is already an overwhelmed artery out into that area. A large lot, I would call them large lot rural kind of plots where people have livestock, so maybe have agricultural exemptions on their properties. It's just not a good fit. I live on a half acre in East Boise near the Greenbelt, and I cannot imagine having 4 houses on the same piece of property where I am. It would just be incredibly crowded and intrusive. And if I think that's at 8 units per acre. That's the R1C single family resident zone allowance. 8 units per acre is even crazier. 4 units per acre, I guess, is a nice compromise. But I from looking at the map, looking at the setbacks, looking at the lot size, looking at the space between the homes, I personally wouldn't want to live there. It's probably not much different than living in an apartment complex. Small in one way out street, access onto Maple Grove. And I just think living in that environment, it's not going to be that pleasant. And it's not going to be pleasant for the people that are out there now on those larger pieces of property that they maybe been on there for, who knows, 20, 30, 40 years, maybe generations. And this speaks to the bigger picture of just the need to build more and more and more homes and places to live in Boise, and having it growing really, really quickly and without a lot of, with not enough consideration about what the future impact's going to be. And I spent 40 years in the building trades. I'm a retired site superintendent, journeyman carpenter. I worked for developers just like this, building homes, apartment complexes, condo complexes. And so I know what impact is like. And I'd like to see a little bit more thought put into something like this, make it affordable for the developer, but also make it reasonable for the people to live out there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Okay. Anyone else like to testify in person? Yeah, we had a few, I think we had a few folks online. Karen and Philip Darrington up online.
Okay. I don't know if you can hear him.
Can you hear me?
We can, yes. You can start with your name and address, please, for the record. And you'll have 3 minutes to testify.
Okay, my name is Philip Darrington. I live on 9290 Lyle Street, which is just west across Maple Grove. I live on a 2-acre lot. I want to address the part where the man was talking about the egress to the church ball fields and the church park that's just north of this subdivision. I've been going to that church for 35 years. I've been a leader in one of the congregations there, and I know of I would say there is no way that the church is going to sell that property or develop it. And there's no way to get out of it. There's no way to get it out of it unless you go through the church parking lot. And that just won't stand. That church has been there for many, many years, and it will stay there and sold that property. So the egress that they're talking about through the church and thinks it's potential, sure, you can say potential, but it's really, there really is no potential for that. It's my plea is to don't put this subdivision in the middle of all of this. It's right in the middle of all these 1 and 2 acre lots where people, there's a reason why we all live there. We love it there. But to put a subdivision right in the middle of it, to me, is just, it's wrong thinking. Anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else online that would like to testify, please raise your hand. Okay, no hands going up. So we'll go ahead and close the public hearing, and we'll bring this back to the applicant for 5 minutes of rebuttal.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, Ben Semple. I want to touch real quickly on the density stuff because that seems to be the biggest conversation point here. I do want to point out that while the immediately adjacent properties and even a few to the west across Maple Grove are on 1/2 acre to 2 acre lots, there is a development that's south of here. I think I mentioned it, the South Creek subdivision that has lots that are 0.055 acres in size. That equates to 18 units an acre. So there's stuff within 1/2 mile of this project site that are anywhere from 1 unit to 18 units per acre. We are proposing 5.4 units an acre, not 8 units an acre. The R1C does allow 8 units an acre. With our PUD design, that locks in our lot count and our density. So that will be in place unless someone came back with a different plan, which Hayden Homes has no intention of doing. I think that we're showing stub streets to all these adjacent properties based on the city's recommendations. Whether or not those lots develop, we don't know. We don't control, obviously. But we are setting it up so that there could be a dedication of public right of way in case that ever redeveloped. I do want to point out also that we're dedicating 65 feet to that future right of way potential versus 50 feet, which would be ACHD's requirement for a public roadway. For separation, if we tried to separate 330 feet from, well, we can't from the church parking lot entry and from other public roadways, puts our entry road in the center of that flag, if you will, basically precludes development of that skinnier portion of the property, which is why it's located on the southern portion, which again does provide approximately 310 feet separation from the center line of the public street to the south and approximately 400 feet of separation from the public street to the north. I wanted to respond to one of the questions previously. I think it was from Commissioner Finfrock. I've read a couple of those modules for the rewrite, and I believe R1B and R1C become basically a single zone with a 4,000 square foot minimum on the lot size. At least that's what I've read. I know that that is totally open to changing. ACHD did determine that Maple Grove has capacity to handle this development and any traffic. And our setbacks are fairly consistent with other developments. Again, not immediately adjacent, but up off of Trabuco Lane. Again, a couple of the other subdivisions that have recently developed, granted it's in the county, so their zoning is a little bit different, but there's some R6, some R8, I think some R20 county zoning designations out there. So ultimately, we feel like we're in very close compliance. Even with R1B, if we applied the 4.8 units an acre, we'd end up with 38 units. So we have 5 single-family detached homes over what would R1B would allow on this property. There's currently 10 feet shown between homes. We're doing 5-foot setbacks, which is an R1C standard. We're not asking for a reduction on that. And with the product type at 28 feet wide versus 30 that the setbacks would allow, we end up with 14 feet between the homes, if you look at that. And that's all I have to add in rebuttal. Tim probably has some additional stuff. Thank you.
Tim Makwa again with Hayden Homes. I just had a couple of real quick items. Regarding, I think it was the neighborhood association, Ms. LaFrenz mentioned standing by the ACHD report. We're fine and accept all of the conditions of approval that ACHD included in their report. The only one that is really of question or of comment, I think, is that we should not stub to the north and the south. And that again was direction that we received. So the other, I think it's in your report, section B, site-specific conditions of approval 1 through 10. We're fine with all of those. The other thing I wanted to point out was several people mentioned the singular access. We're required to meet the International Fire Code. And so in excess of 30 lots, we've got to fire sprinkle these homes. And so that's something that we're going to have to do, or we're not going to get building permits. So, you know, while it would be desirable to have connections elsewhere, that's just not the case with this flag lot. And so we are accepting that condition of the fire sprinklers. And again, every time I've been before this commission or others, we're required to do these stub streets so that there will be some interconnectivity in the future. No one knows what's going to happen with parcels. I understand the church is not interested in selling. We're not proposing to drive through their property either. That's something we were required to do. So anyway, that's all I had. Unless there's other questions.
Nope, no questions at this time. Thank you, guys. Okay, we'll go ahead and bring this item back before the commission to render a decision. Just a reminder, we are recommending on the annexation and the plat, and then final on the CUP.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Finfrock.
I recommend approval of CAR 21-46, SUB 21-62, and move to approve PUD 21-67 along with the standard and recommended conditions of approval.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to approve all of the items. Commissioner Finfrock, would you like to kick us off with some discussion?
Sure, I'll just kind of go through my little points here. So basically, the application is compatible with the comprehensive plan as the development is zoned or designated suburban, and it's an RONC zone, which is an allowed zone within that suburban designation. Public agencies confirm services are available to the site. Annexation will have minimal impact on the cost of service, and the property is adjacent to already zoned within city limits properties. All perimeter setbacks, height requirements, parking standards are being met. See, the removal of trees will be mitigated by the replacement, which is allowed per code. I think they're also going to remove some of those trees off maybe at the waterways, which is probably always a good thing. The applicant, and as the applicant pointed out, there's comparable density in the area. And I know we talked about this a lot, ACHD and the issues they have, but the applicant is willing and accepting all ACHD conditions. And so from our standpoint, I think that's all we can ask for. And that's why I'm moving to this motion tonight.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Finfrock.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Squires.
Thank you. Commissioner Finfrock hit many of my points, so I'll keep it brief. I feel like they're doing the best they can with the situation that they have. It's a flag lot. It is tough. And I think we can all see that and recognize that. I feel like they're doing the best they can with offsetting where that access point is off Maple Grove. I think that's really important. I think they're building to public road standards. I'm appreciative of their willingness to do that, and their willingness to actually put some notes on the plat and hopefully include it in your CCNRs as well. That, you know, this could be a public road in the future, and if there should be that connectivity, that the neighbors would not be able to oppose that in the future. So I think that's really important. I think the density is appropriate. Just looking at the half square mile area, there's 3 projects that have been approved with some level of density in the last year. So I think that's really important to note. Housing is really important, not at the expense of a neighborhood, but this is an area of transition as well too. I do see a lot of opportunity for redevelopment with some of those larger lots in the future, which is why I asked the question about the future stub streets. And then, you know, there was a comment regarding transit. Well, without density, there will be no transit. I mean, that's just one of those things we need to keep in mind as well. And so for all those reasons, I will be supporting that motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Squires. Any other discussion? No takers? Okay. I'll sound off real quick. I will also be supporting the motion. Appreciate the applicant's efforts here. It is an interesting lot. And there are always going to be challenges when you have connectivity on a flag lot, right? So I think that the applicant has done a nice job, you know, dealing with that situation. And I agree with the other comments that the density I feel like is appropriate. I understand, you know, historically in the past, this area of the city has had larger lot development, right? And I think that is just sort of a little bit of a bygone era in that, you know, we're seeing smaller lots, you know, across this city. And I think this is an appropriate place to put a little more density. The applicant did a nice job of getting that density closer to R2 than, or R1B than R1C. So I think that that's a nice fit. And then honestly, you know, I look at that future park site to the south and I feel like that, you know, you want to see homes near parks and you're doing that, right? There's great access to the park. There's a school right there as well. So I feel like the density is appropriate given the surrounding uses immediately adjacent to it that are to come in the future. So unless there are any other comments, Commissioner Blanchard, do you have some thoughts?
Mr. Chair, yeah, really quick.
Yeah.
If the Darringtons or any of the other members of the church are online, I would encourage you to look up this movement that is being led nationally by churches called YIMBY, which stands for Yes in My Backyard. And this is a movement where churches are taking their surplus property to try to help solve the housing issue. And it really would be great to see the church participate so that we could, you know, get a way to get into that ball field. I mean, there's a lot of these ball fields that churches built in the past that are just not being used. I worked with several of them in my past life developing affordable housing. So I just wanted to throw that out there. That'd be really great to see them be part of the solution on housing with that surplus property they have.
Okay. Thanks, Commissioner Blanchard. Okay, we have a recommendation to approve CR 21-46 and a recommendation to approve SUB 21-62 and a motion to approve PUD 21-67. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Stead.
Aye.
Schaefer.
Aye.
Squires.
Aye.
Blanchard.
Aye.
Finfrock.
Aye.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, thanks, everybody. We're going to go ahead and take a quick 5-minute break right now. Okay. Okay, we're all back. Staff, you ready to go? Okay. All right, up next on our agenda is item number 3. This is CAR 21-44 and PUD 21-68, a rezone and conditional use permit of 6 acres going from R1A to C2D. Oh, I'm sorry, hang on. From R1A and C2D to R3D. And conditional use permit for 122 multifamily units. We're going to hear from staff first, Mr. David Mosher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. The applicant is requesting a rezone from R1A and C2D to an R3D zone located at 8475 West Limelight Street on approximately 5.78 or 6 acres. A conditional use for a planned development containing 122 dwelling units is also included. I would note that the applicant is no longer requesting to exceed the parking maximum and are complying with the development code. And as you can see from the aerial photograph, the neighborhood is a mix of residential uses, which includes large multifamily developments to the north and east. In addition, commercial uses are located on the south side of State Street. The property directly to the west was purchased by the city and will be developed as a new fire station. As seen on this slide, the requested R3 zone is compatible with and consistent with the surrounding neighborhood, since the adjacent properties are zoned R3 and C2D to the west, east, and north and contain apartments. The neighborhood to the south across State Street is comprised of commercial zones and uses within Garden City, or actually, I think maybe Ada County. I'm sorry about that. The requested zone is compatible with the comprehensive plan as it designates the site as mixed use in the land use map, which is within which the proposed R3 subject property is identified for significant development within the comprehensive plan and a priority area infill, which encourages this type of residential development. And as you can see from the site plan, the development consists of 5 3-story apartment buildings and a duplex on the northwest corner, and a density of the project is a little over 21 units per acre. 2 apartment buildings are oriented towards State Street. With recommended conditions of approval, the project will comply with all required setbacks and parking standards, and will provide several amenities. In summary, all the required findings of the rezone and the planned unit development have been met. The main issues to be discussed with this project is the pedestrian and bike connectivity with the surrounding neighborhood. In particular, the condition of approval requiring the construction of a 12-foot wide multi-use path along State Street. This 12-foot wide multi-use path has been identified within the State Street URD, or Urban Renewal District, and the State Street Framework Plan. It is encouraged by also within the Northwest Neighborhood Association Plan. Conditions of approval will require the project to provide pedestrian and bike connections to the adjacent properties to the east and west. This includes several pedestrian and bike connections to the multi-use path from the project. The applicant has expressed some concerns with the multi-use path requirement and is suggesting a 5-foot pathway with street trees along State Street in lieu of the multi-use path. Finally, I would also note as a point of clarification to please remove the requirement to modify PUD 16-0003 from condition number 6. This is in regards to providing cross access for the duplexes. The cross access will still be provided across, but we cannot require a adjacent property to modify their CU through this process. Also, I would also note that condition 3 has been the changes to condition 3 as in the late correspondence that you should have received. In addition, to the applicant's concerns with the multi-use path, a neighbor expressed concerns with the project in terms of traffic impacts and density. However, I would note that the State Street planning process and the site and surrounding area was identified as a neighborhood transit zone TOD and is anticipated and encouraged which anticipates encourage high density residential developments along State Street, which is a major transit corridor. As such, the proposed project and this type of development is encouraged and promoted within this area. In conclusion, the planning team recommends approval of the rezone and the PUD.
Okay, thank you, David. Next, we'll hear from the applicant.
Good evening, commissioners, and staff and guests that are here tonight. I'm Jane Suggs with Jim State Planning, 9839 Cable Car Street in Boise, and I'm representing Silver Cloud Apartments 2 and Trilogy Development. And we'll look at the first slide, which is just a vicinity map showing you where we're located on State Street. And I think you already have a general idea of that from David. And thank you, David, that's a pretty thorough staff report. So, and I believe it's clear that the rezone to R3 for this multifamily development is appropriate and that our plan meets the comp plan and the conditional use permit for a planned unit development. I really wanted to say that we wholeheartedly agreed with all the conditions of approval, and we're going to eventually get there. But first, I do have a problem with one of the conditions, and I'm going to show you a little bit more about the Silver Cloud Apartments before we get to that discussion. Here is a picture of the retreat at Silver Cloud. It's the existing apartment complex that we are adjacent to and will be a continuation of that. It's a very highly successful apartment complex that was built in 2014. There were 180 units in this particular area. This project was developed and built by a local development company, Trilogy Development. It was designed by a local architect, Jim Glancy, and it's managed by Primary Property Management, which is a small but mighty local management company. And since they opened in 2015, the existing apartments have maintained an occupancy of over 95%. Some of the about a dozen residents there have actually lived there the whole 7 years it's been open. And so when you ask, why is that the case? Well, first, they're great apartments with great amenities. You see here a clubhouse, pool, hot tub, fitness room, dog park, tot lot, and some green spaces. Secondly, I just wanted to throw this out here because I don't get a chance to talk to you often, but parking. The residents and guests don't have to argue over the parking since there are 2 parking spaces for every unit. And 2 parking spaces, we know from their management, is the sweet spot for residents and guests. So we don't have to have parking police there. And importantly, a local developer, builder, and property manager. And one of the things that I'm learning in my work is that local dollars stay local and don't go outside of the state to another management company or another developer, which we really can appreciate. Look at the landscape plan for just a minute. As David already said, 120 apartment units, continuing this quality design, 5 3-story buildings with 24 apartments in each building. We'll take a look at the next slide. Again, it's the same slide, but it shows you that 3 of the buildings are the standard, what they call the standard building, which will be a mix of 2-bedroom, 2-bath units and 1-bedroom, 1-bath units. Then the next slide will show you a picture of what we call the junior building, which is there are 2 buildings that will be built like this, and these are all 1-bedroom, 1-bath units. Let's take another look at the landscape plan. Plenty of landscaping. We also have garage parking for 27 units. 3 of those are for handicap. Covered parking areas of about 100 of those spaces will be covered. And pervious pavement in those parking areas. So that will be one of the ways that we can control our stormwater runoff. The Silver Cloud Apartments 2, this project will share the amenities of the existing Silver Cloud retreat at Silver Cloud that we just discussed. But you can see the next slide. We're also adding another dog park, a community space that includes a fire pit, an outdoor kitchen, and a picnic shelter, a pickleball court, and some bicycle parking in a garage in a covered area. You'll also note on this slide is where we are showing the duplex that's up in the northwest corner of the property. This is our 3rd housing type because we needed one for the code. The duplex will complement the townhomes that are just adjacent. And actually all of these properties are owned by the same owner. So that's an easy access issue that we can, of course, getting access to the driveway there. And these are also managed by the same management company. I'm going to talk about my little heartburn now about one of the conditions. It's site-specific condition number 7. It's on page 58 of 94, but I think the staff report's gotten bigger since I put that in here. It's about the 12-foot wide multi-use pathway, providing pedestrian connections. We don't disagree that there should be some pedestrian way along State Street because that's a busy street without any kind of connection. And if you've driven along in this area, you know there is a substantial irrigation ditch there right next to State Street. But what you might not know is even beyond that ditch, going away from State Street is a 12-foot wide maintenance canal, a canal maintenance easement. So an area that is beyond towards the property. That easement is entirely on private property. It's located north of the canal. Our plan does show a 5-foot sidewalk outside of that easement. So you've got the canal, you've got the easement, we've got a 5-foot sidewalk. Here's our concern. Any improvements that are going to be made to State Street, and again, on many of these plans that Dave mentioned, there's a line that says multi-use pathway. But it doesn't really give you a cross-section of where that should be. And we know that any improvements to State Street will likely require that the canal and the easement the canal will be enclosed or the easement will be moved because so what happens is this pathway that we're building is going to end up away from the transit-oriented development State Street, because we're talking about lanes, an HOV lane that will likely be added. And right beside that, you should have a big pathway for people to stand on, to have stops, to have bicycles right next to the street. Oh, we went, okay, there we go. I'm not quite there yet, David. So I'm still going to pontificate a little bit longer. So it seems that whatever we build is actually going to end up in the landfill at some point, because nobody can give us that this is where the multi-use pathway will eventually be for this project. It just keeps moving further into private property. So also there are developments that are already approved and some built that don't have a 12-foot pathway. And here's the result of all of this discussion. I'm not going to ask you to remove the condition unless you really want to. But I do need to go on record, and I needed to make sure that you understand and I can describe to you what our concern is. I just need to go on record to say, this is a line on an 8.5 by 11 piece of paper that said, put this here, but it doesn't say where, and where it's going to end up is on private property, further removed from what will eventually be State Street. So the only thing that I can add, and again, just as for the record, is that if we have to put this pathway in, then everybody who is adjacent to us will need to do the same. And that includes encumbering your fire station property that has the same canal, the same easement, and will require the same pathway, which will be, they are still in design, so it could be a problem. Also, by putting this 12-foot pathway in, we likely will not be able to construct this interior sidewalk loop that we wanted to put as an amenity. We will construct part of it, but we might not be able to do it all because, again, that moves things further into the property and begins to encumber our buildings. So I've let you know my concern with number 7, but without making any changes to our conditions of approval, I do respectfully request your approval of our application for PUD 2168 and the recommendation of approval to the City Council of our rezone CAR 2144. And I will stand for questions and your consideration of maybe changing that condition.
Thank you, Ms. Suggs. We'll sit tight on questions for 1 minute. First, we're going to hear from the Neighborhood Association. If Mr. Llewellyn is online. There he is. Okay. Mr. Llewellyn, you are muted, but we can see you.
Great.
Here we go.
Okay, so I think I'm on both phone and video. Now let me turn off the phone.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
All right. Is that better? Yes.
Yep, we can hear you.
Hopefully my video will remain throughout the session. We're having a lot of connectivity issues out here. Might be something to do with all the streets being dug up. Okay, so Richard Llewellyn, these are comments from Northwest Neighborhood Association. And we did enter some late correspondence, which I hope you have. So first of all, I'd like to say, in general, we're okay with the overall design. It does abut similar land uses at this point. Silver Cloud mostly, and then more apartments will be coming to the east, we understand. And generally, Silver Cloud has been well accepted in terms of design and appearance. And we like the change of a wooden fence to the south that planning staff recommended. So we appreciate that. So our two major issues with request to this quite large major rezone. One, as you just heard, was the multimodal pathway. We feel that that is absolutely necessary along State Street. That does comply and conform with the 2019 State Street corridor plans, also our Northwest Neighborhood Plan, which we really struggle as a neighborhood to try to come to terms with this transit-oriented development along State Street. And I think we are accepting it, but we really want to make sure it actually happens and isn't just kind of used as an excuse for more density. You saw perhaps in the background of the beautiful shot of the existing Silver Clouds, the pastures in back and the cattle grazing there, which is part of the reason that they're so well liked. We hear that from residents. So how do we make this provide a benefit for the neighborhood? And that is primarily through this multimodal pathway. So we have heard uncertainty regarding State Street. Jimmy Halliburton just came to our last board meeting and we asked him this very same thing. You know, how can we have certainty about this multimodal pathway when there seems to be little certainty regarding State Street? His understanding was that any HOV lane in the future will go on the south side of State Street. And that's, regardless, I should say, we really just need to do it. And if it requires having a larger buffer between State Street and the multimodal pathway, well, that's a good thing because we really want this pathway to be usable, to be pleasant. And so if it's a little bit farther north and if the Boise Valley Canal is buried in the future, that will be an opportunity to provide that larger landscaped buffer. So we feel very strongly as a neighborhood about that pathway. And let me say a little bit more though, because there are so many apartments going in along State Street, and especially in this area between Rowe and Duncan, or Rowe and Bogart. Those two intersections with State Street are terrible. Rowe is the same as it was when I was a kid, when there were about 24 families in a mile or two, maybe 2 square miles. They're both quite dangerous because people take high-speed turns into them off of State Street. If you're going out State Street to the west and people are trying to get to Star after work, people don't really slow down. And so you don't slow down before you take that right turn in fear of getting rear-ended otherwise. And having those canals right there really constrains the issue. We brought this up with the first phase of Limelight as in terms of Rowe. We brought it up several times in terms of Bogart. Rowe does not have a signal, and I don't think there are any plans to do so. Bogart does, but our understanding as a neighborhood is that was a temporary intersection until they may realign it as they're realigning Ulmer and Duncan just a half mile to the west. But right now at Bogart, there is no pedestrian crosswalk just simply to cross Bogart. That becomes a bigger and bigger problem as we develop this area. Now, it may not be incumbent upon this applicant to deal with that problem. It may be pushed down to the, if the city develops this as a fire station, and I say if because that would be the third proposed fire station, and at least one of which was approved by this body in the past in other sites, but never built. So if that does become one, perhaps that will be incumbent on the city of Boise to deal with that intersection finally, as pedestrians need to be able to cross to the west side of Bogart, both to go north along the new pathway, which then takes kids to school, the Shadow Hills Elementary. Row is going to be a problem. I don't know what the answer is. Again, it may not be incumbent on this applicant, but we need to think about it. In terms of transit-oriented density, let's remember that although it's a transit corridor, there are no bus stops here. The closest bus stop is down by Walmart, which is about 3/4 of a mile away. Now, we've heard that there may be a bus stop at Bogart, but we've heard that for a long, long time. And so when are we going to kind of make these plans concrete, if you will? I just throwing that out to this body because it's, again, perhaps not incumbent upon this applicant, but we keep kicking the can down the road. So to summarize, we wouldn't oppose this if that 12-foot multimodal pathway goes in. If it doesn't go in, we will vigorously oppose it. And that's just because we have to start. We have to start designing and implementing real transit-oriented density. We can't just kind of pretend anymore. So other than that, we appreciate staff changes, and actually, you know, we appreciate the design of Silver Cloud in general. So with those comments, I will sign off. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Llewellyn. We'll bring this back to the commission for any questions to staff, the applicant, or the neighborhood association.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Stead.
I have a question for staff. Mr. Moser, can you just touch on do you have concerns about where the path may end up based on these concerns from the applicant?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, at this point in time, I think where we're requesting the pathway to be is on the property. And that way it's outside of the State Street ITD's jurisdiction. And then I don't think ITD has any set plans on what they want at this point, but if it's outside their right of way, then we can get it in and align it with the properties on either side.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Squires.
David, can you touch on what the planned intersection improvements are for this area that Mr. Llewellyn spoke of?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, if you're talking about potential improvements to Bogart and that, I might cede the mic to Karen.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, Karen Gallagher, Transportation Planner with the City of Boise. You know, I didn't catch a specific question on Bogart. I can say that we are working with VRT to do transit stops both on the northwest corner and the southeast corner so that they're far side. That's being proposed right now in a raise grant for federal funding. That is the first location for the transit stop along this section. It is something the city is definitely looking forward to and has really voiced that this is important for VRT to get a transit stop in this location to support the housing that we do have coming in this area.
Perfect. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, I have a couple questions, David. I just want to make sure we're doing our homework up here. So applicant, condition number 7, the applicant is asking us to reconsider. I want to make sure we have your direction on condition number 6. Was it striking condition 6? Is that right?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, is to strike the last sentence
Okay.
of condition 6, which requires them to modify the adjacent PUD.
Okay.
This will still keep the cross access.
Gotcha. And then condition number 3 has been, do we need to do anything with condition 3? Because it was in our late correspondence, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, condition 3 should be changed to just to ensure that we have pedestrian and bicycle connectivity and remove the requirement for vehicle.
Ped and bike. Okay, great. And David, this is next stop would be design review, correct?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, that is correct.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, last call for questions. Gone. We will now go ahead and open this up for public testimony. Anybody here this evening would like to testify in person, come on up to the podium. You'll have 3 minutes. If you can start with your name and address, please.
Yes, good evening, Chairperson Shaver and the commissioners. I'm Scott McCormick. I live at 5321 West Hidden Springs Drive, Boise, Idaho, 83714. I am the managing development partner for Limelight Villages Phase 1 and 2, which are the adjacent properties. And I just wanted to discuss with you a little bit about our favorite topic tonight, which is the pathway. We will be affected by this recommendation in the staff report. And we believe that it probably is not a great solution at this point in time for a couple reasons. One is that we've read through the documents that David referred to in terms of the urban state street plan, the framework plan and the Northwest Boise plan, but none of these plans have a specific profile or alignment that connects all these together, which has already been said. And we feel like by pushing this now, eventually it'll be relocated. And the most logical place to put it is right where the current irrigation canal is. And so we just feel like this would be pushing it at this point in time. We would prefer to ask the commission to think about deferring this and coming up with a little bit better plan into the future. Good planning principles would have the city and the relevant agencies coordinate that connectivity, integration, and sort of the alignment of this plan before they push it on us on private property, which has some sort of unintended consequences. I have up here for you. Well, can you go to the first one, Crystal? Yeah, right there. I want to just point out right here, the other thing is that just based on practice and precedent, we do agree that it's a great plan for the future down this urban renewal district. But right now, if you look at the red lines on this plan, we show our property Limelight Village 1 and 2, and then right next to it is the subject property. You'll see the red lines. Those are all 5-foot sidewalks that are currently in place. There's one at the North Point Shopping Center, across the street at Walmart, and in that section right by the mini storage right there. If you're familiar with that, there's a grassy knoll, then it goes into the irrigation ditch. And then the property is right up against the irrigation ditch. So the practicality of that, having a 12-foot multi-use path will only happen once the CCDC comes up with sort of a long-term plan on that. Next slide, please. This one here is the silos, which is down the street about a half a mile, maybe even less. And this project was approved. Yeah, it was approved a couple of years ago. But you can see by this, there's the irrigation canal. And then right up against that canal is where their 5-foot sidewalk has been approved by the city, and they're installing it right now. And so my point is that the alignment, again, by having our two properties kind of as an island, push those 12-foot a multi-use pass into our properties is probably not the ideal alignment for the long-term planning for this. Was there one more
Sorry,
slide?
Mr. McCormick, that is your time.
okay.
You're at 3 minutes.
I would just respectfully ask that the commission consider allowing these projects to provide adequate and customary 5-foot pedestrian sidewalks on our private property and wait for CCDC and the other agencies to work together to better plan, design, and align the integration of these multi-use
Great.
paths.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. All right. Anyone else would like to testify? And anybody online that would like to testify, please raise your hand. Okay. All right. We'll go ahead and not much to rebut, but I'll invite the applicant back up here for a quick rebuttal.
Only piece I have.
Oh, you can ask, but they generally don't take it.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioners. Jane Suggs with Gem State Planning. I'm glad to hear that Mr. Llewellyn does appreciate the fact that this is a very successful area. I think we just heard that there probably will be some sort of HOV lane on the north side because they're talking about putting a bus stop in that area. I had just asked David if I could show you these two pictures that came out of the 2019 compass plan for transit-oriented development. And in both cases, on the north and south side, they show sidewalks right adjacent to the road, not a road and 20 feet of landscaping and then a pathway where this would be, but I'm sure it will actually be moved. Just a reminder as well on the Bogart, when Silver Cloud, the retreat at Silver Cloud was built, the developer put the Bogart signal in. So this developer has done quite a bit to make sure that there's some safe passage for people in that area. And I do believe that the fire station right now is working on their plan. And I really don't have a whole lot other than I agree with Mr. McCormick that these two lines that are showing up in plans aren't really following this 2019 TOD plan. They're just showing up as lines and we're being pushed onto private property and I can almost guarantee will be eventually taken away and moved and there'll just be some empty space there. But it's an encumbrance on the property, but I will not fight you on that if we can get approved. There's my spiel.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Suggs. Okay, we'll bring this back to the commission to render a decision. Again, this is CAR 21-44 and PUD 21-68. And just a reminder, we are recommending on the rezone.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Finbrock.
I recommend approval of CAR 21-44 and move for approval of PUD 21-68.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second to approve. Commissioner Finbrock.
Mr. Chair, so I'll go over just a couple of the items on the rezone and the PUD. I know it wasn't really brought up in public comment, but the rezone is in compliance with the comprehensive plan. The increased density is appropriate along that front street or State Street corridor. There's a good transition between commercial and residential and adding this additional multi-use residential. The R3 zone also maintains the compatibility of the adjacent properties, which include R3D zones. And as to the PUD, it doesn't put a constraint on transportation. As we know, we've targeted this area for such increase in density. And the site is large enough to accommodate the proposed use. So it includes all parking code requirements. So just, and you know what I was thinking, Mr. Chair, should I add the condition that, and I did not include that in my original motion, to remove the last sentence in item 6 from the recommended conditions of approval and incorporating the revision to item 3?
Yeah, I'll tell you what.
Do you want me to revise
We
that?
do need to do that, but why don't we just finish discussion up and then
Okay.
we'll get around to the end and we can get the.
Yeah, my apologies. As I'm going through my notes, I'm like, and on the last note. So I'm in agreement with the neighborhood association and with the city about the 12-foot wide path. I think it was designated in the State Street urban renewal. And we talk about predictable development patterns all the time. And if we don't move towards this goal with the new development, I'm not sure we're going to have that opportunity moving forward. So I think we just need to address it now. We know that like anytime there's new development, this is our opportunity. And so I think we just have to take it. And hopefully it's not revised too much moving forward, like some of the applicant mentioned, but I think it's important to at least put it on the record now and hopefully we can come to that 12-foot wide multi-use path. And it's appropriate along this, transit corridor. We're putting a lot of residential multi-use facilities along this road, and we need some type of walking path or at least a way for pedestrian connectivity. So, and that's why I will be supporting this motion.
Okay, thanks, Commissioner Finfrock. Commissioner Stead, you were the secondary.
Sure,
Any
yeah.
thoughts?
I agree with Commissioner Finfrock on every one of those points. And with the path, I know that, it'd be nice if we could push to later when there was a finalized plan, but we have to start somewhere. We don't have the leverage to push later. At some point, the 5-foot sidewalks were a surprise to developers and we're being fought. So now we're just kind of at the next level of that. And I know it's an inconvenience, but we've got to start somewhere. I think it's important.
Okay, very good. Any other comments from this side of the dais? No. Okay. All right. No comments over there. All right. Let's do our homework real quick then. It sounds like condition number 7 is going to remain as is, which is the pathway.
Yes.
Condition, correct. So no changes there.
That's correct.
So then
With the,
condition, well, let's do condition number 3 first, just in order, right? The request from staff was to remove ped and bike remove the car connectivity to that comment. Are you good with that change, Commissioner?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I am.
Okay. And Commissioner Stead, do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. And then amend also condition number 6, correct, to strike the last sentence.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's correct.
Correct. And Commissioner Stead?
Yes.
Excellent. Are we okay there, James? Excellent. Got a thumbs up from legal on that. So I think we're okay. I'll sound off real quick. I agree. I'll be supporting the motion. I hear you on the pathway. State Street's going to be this hodgepodge for a while, right? But we got to start somewhere. And I get that it's difficult. I don't think anybody's denying that fact, right? The canal complicates matters, traffic complicates matters. And maybe you're going to build it and maybe we remove it 10 years down the road, 15 years down the road, whenever that is. But we hear this time and again at this body, and that's kind of how it goes. So we appreciate consideration in your comments. Love the design, love the effort to date. So I think with that, we've got our motion in place. Okay. All right. So we have a recommendation and a second to approve CAR 21-44 and then motion to approve PUD 21-68. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Stead.
Aye.
Schaefer.
Aye.
Squires.
Aye.
Blanchard.
Aye.
Finfrock.
Aye.
All in favor, motion carries.
Great. Okay. Thank you. All right. Up next, item number 5 is next on our agenda. PUD 21-64 and CVA 22-5 and SUB 21-60. See, this is a conditional use permit for a planned residential development comprised of 5 single-family homes on 0.69 acres in R1C, and then a combined preliminary and final plat. The project address is 9820 West Shields Avenue. First, we're hearing from staff and Miss Jessie Lyle.
All right, let me share my screen here real quick. Can everybody see me?
We can. Yep.
All right, great. Mr. Chair, members of the commission, the item before you is PUD 21-64, CVA 22-7, and SUB 21-60. A conditional use permit for a planned residential development comprised of 5 single-family homes on 0.69 acres located at 9820 Shields Avenue in an R1 or C zone. A variance to reduce the required backup space and landscape buffers included, along with a preliminary and final plat for 1 common and 5 buildable lots. The density of the R1C zone is 8 units per acre, and at 0.69 acres, this would allow for up to 5 units. The applicant proposes to orient the rear yards of lots 1 and 6 to face the south, adjacent to Shields Avenue, with the front yards facing north. Lots 2 and 5 would be oriented in a typical fashion for the surrounding neighborhood, with the front yards facing Shields Avenue and the rear yards to the north. Lot 3 is proposed to face east with the rear yard to the west. While the perimeter setbacks are complementary to the rest of the neighborhood, the rear setback of Lot 3 is reduced to 5 feet on the western side of the property, significantly below the requirements of the zoning code. The orientation of the proposed development is not complementary to the rest of the streets, where the front yards face south and rear yards face north. A requirement for PUDs under 1 acre is to provide 100 square feet of open space for each dwelling unit. While the proposed site plan may meet the technical requirements of the code, open space provided does not appear to be very functional. Additionally, the proposed layout would result in the removal of some existing trees with no tree mitigation plan required or provided. A PUD must meet specific criteria for approval, including compatibility with the existing neighborhood, a site that is large enough to accommodate the proposed use and does not adversely affect other properties in the vicinity, and it complies with the comprehensive plan. As proposed, the orientation of the PUD is not compatible with the existing neighborhood. The site is not large enough to accommodate the design proposed while meeting the standards for all yards, parking, and landscaping. And this proposal does not meet the comprehensive plan standards for compatibility and design in regard to infill development with enforcing established streetscape characteristics. Excuse me. The applicant seeks a variance to the 22 feet of required backup space and the 3 feet required landscape buffer on lots 1, 2, 5, and 6. The applicant cites staff rejection of prior site plan iterations that had the required backup space as a hardship. However, these site plans were rejected by staff for other reasons. The applicant states that the variance to the landscape buffer would allow for the desired building envelopes and will allow for more useful yard areas while maintaining external setbacks to neighboring properties. The development code allows for variances when there is a hardship associated with the property itself or exceptional circumstances relating to the intended use of the property. The planning team did not find the proposed reason to meet either criteria necessary for a variance. As this is new construction on a lot that does not present topographical challenges, the applicant is able to design the site without variance requests. The planning team has recommended the applicant reduce the application to 4 lots in order to meet the standards of the development code. Included with this application is a preliminary and final plat of Black Bear subdivision with 5 buildable and 1 common lots. All lots take access from a common drive. The applicant plans to install a detached sidewalk, but does not show the required street trees on the landscape plan and has not provided a tree mitigation plan. Public comment was received from the neighborhood association in agreement with the project report, especially concerning the open space design and the removal of trees without a mitigation plan. The neighborhood association also cited portions of their plan where this development does not align. In conclusion, the planning team recommends denial of this application and recommends the applicant resubmit this application as a 4-lot minor land division that meets all code requirements pertaining to setbacks, backup space, landscape buffers, compatibility, and more. And I will stand for questions.
Okay, thanks, Jesse. Next, we'll hear from the applicant. Is our applicant online, Crystal? Yeah. Okay, so we have no applicant. Right. We had a hand up online, but I don't know if that's. Yeah. Oh, we're good?
That is Jesse Christensen, Eco Engineers, the applicant.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Christensen. Okay, go ahead. You'll have 10 minutes. Please start with your name and address for the record.
Jesse Christensen, 2151 West Willow Point Avenue, Nampa, Idaho. I work with 4 HECO engineers. We've been working with the developer on this for a little while now, trying to create a affordable little subdivision for them to build down there off Shields Avenue. That area is splitting up quite a bit into smaller lots. We talked to planning and zoning, planning quite early on, went through a few iterations of our design, and this is the design that we decided on. We had the driveways and garages facing the shared roadway, but that didn't provide 20 feet of parking in front of the garage. We offered parking on the side. That didn't work either, so we moved the garages. So therefore, we lost the 22 feet of backup space that Jesse was talking about. Stormwater will be retained in the back swale and along the road. Since starting this project, we've started working with the neighbor to complete curb gutter and sidewalk on his property as well, connecting the two, getting those things out of the way for the subdivision. Intending to xeriscape a lot of these yards, provide some drought tolerant plants, reduce some of our water usage out there. I don't really have a lot to say besides we have a pretty decent product that we want to put on these lots that require this footprint that we have provided. I am here for questions and can answer them as we need them.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Christensen. We'll hold on questions for 1 minute. First, we're going to go back to the Neighborhood Association. And Mr. Llewellyn, I believe, is still online.
Thank you. Yes, Richard Llewellyn, 9170 Hill Road. These are comments from the Northwest Neighborhood Association. Essentially, we agree with planning staff. We haven't seen any compelling reason to depart from our zoning code here. As the applicant stated, this area is seeing a lot of redevelopment. And it is, I don't know if, it's kind of a forgotten corner of Boise. It was annexed into Boise, finalized in 2015. It used to be known as Green Meadows. It is a neighborhood traditionally where there is a lot of what would now be called urban agriculture, a lot of buildings that incorporate shops and other means of creating livelihoods. And I think it's important that we respect as much as we can the existing neighborhood as it is. And one way to do that is just simply to require upholding our zoning code as it is stated. So I don't really have other comments other than I think especially important for this area is to ensure that we have replace trees. It does have quite a few mature trees, which is one of its real assets now. And it would be tragic if we lost those and didn't have a good replacement plan. So I won't take any more of your time tonight. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Llewellyn. Okay, we'll go ahead and bring this back to the commission for any questions of staff, the applicant, or the neighbor association.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Finfrock.
So this question is for Jesse. You stated in your staff report that a reduction in the number of homes on this or within this application would actually, if we reduce the houses from like 5 to 4, it would then be in compliance with code requirement. Is that right? Can you go into detail about that?
Yeah. So here, let me pull up the rest of the street so I can demonstrate here.
Thank you.
Good catch.
A little trickeration going on, right?
Right. So along Shields Avenue, you see that these are all, fairly similar lot sizes. And in this neighborhood, you can see that they've done a 4-lot minor land division, and that allows for these homes to meet the zoning requirements while also getting some more density in the area. And this is pretty typical in this neighborhood for redevelopment.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, please, Commissioner Finbar.
Follow-up question for the city. So did you ever discuss 4 houses on this lot with the applicant? And did they ever give you an explanation as to why they wanted 5 versus the 4, if they could meet all of the code with the 4 houses?
They were, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, the applicant was advised during their pre-application meeting and later that this would be an easier route and they would not have to seek these variances, and that this is something that has been typically done on this street. However, the applicant did not want to go with the 4-house route. They would rather have tried for the 5.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chair, I have one more follow-up
Yeah,
question.
please.
Apologies.
Mhm.
Also a question for the city. I just want to make sure there's no natural challenges to request the variance, or basically all of this is just because we're putting 5, or the application is trying to put 5 houses on this property. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, yes, that's correct. This is a pretty flat, typical lot. There's not really any topography issues here. It's just a matter of trying to maneuver enough houses on this lot that it does not meet all the code requirements.
Thank you.
Okay. Last call for questions. I think we're good. Okay, we'll go ahead and open this up to public testimony. If you're here to testify here in person this evening, come up to the podium. No takers, looks like. Anybody online? Sorry, I don't have my. Nobody online. Great, thanks, Crystal. Okay, so we're going to keep on moving then. Typically now we'll move into rebuttal for the applicant. Mr. Christensen, if you have 5 minutes for rebuttal, there's really not much to rebut, but please go ahead.
I don't really have a lot to rebut, do I? When we started this, the applicant really wanted 5 homes on this lot, and we pushed forward with 5 homes, thought we had a decent product, and we are willing to go to resubmit with 4. I will be getting with the city to redo that. That is about all I have to say.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Christensen. With that, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing and bring us back before the commission.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Stead.
I move that we deny PUD 21-64 and CBA 22-5 and recommend denial of SUB 21-60.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to deny. Any discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Stead.
I'll just make this very simple. For all the reasons outlined in the staff report, I think they did a great job and it's quite clear.
Very good. Commissioner Finfrock, anything to add?
Yep, I think that says it all, I think.
Okay, terrific. Any other discussion?
Mr. Chair, I would just say, these are self-imposed hardships, and what you see in the staff report is a reflection of that. It's just too much on too little property, and I would highly recommend that the applicant come back with the recommended number of lots, and we'd love to see that come forward to this commission in the future.
Very good. Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Blanchard.
Just really quickly too, I'm sure Mr. Christensen has probably had this discussion with his client and he's just doing his job here. But yeah, starting with this product type and then trying to put the product, this is a totally backwards process where you're starting with a product type and then trying to jam it onto a piece of land. It doesn't make any sense. Neither does orienting the homes in wonky ways and where, front setback here, rear setback here, it doesn't make any sense. And, finally trying to say that we're getting an affordable subdivision in there. Look, I don't care where this is, a 4-bedroom, 2.5-bathroom house with a den at 2,830 square feet is not going to be affordable for very many people.
Great. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Commissioner Blanchard. Okay. We have a motion and a second to deny PUD 21-64, CVA 22-5, and SUB 21-60. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Stead.
Aye.
Schaefer.
Aye.
Squires.
Aye.
Blanchard.
Aye.
Finfrock.
Aye.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay. Thank you. Everybody good? We want to take a little quick break or are we good? Good, good. Okay, we'll keep on pressing then. Item number 6 is up next, CAR 22-1. Barrett Family LLC at 11825 West Victory Road. This is an annexation of approximately 2.1 acres with an R1C zone. And we're going to hear from staff. Again, Miss Jessie Lyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. The item before you is CAR 22-1, an application to annex 2.1 acres with a zoning designation of R1C. The subject property is located at 11825 Victory Road and abuts the Boise city limits to the north side. And the future land use map has the site designated as suburban. The parcel is surrounded by land in the unincorporated Ada County to the east, south, and west. All public agencies have indicated that this property can be served currently. Property is abutting a portion of Victory Road that is scheduled for improvements on ACHD's integrated 5-year work plan. The initial plan submitted, the applicant plans to divide the property into 4 parcels and keep the existing home on the lot. There have been public comments received concerning density, traffic increases, and potential infrastructure issues. While a zoning designation of R1C would allow for up to 8 units an acre, the site plans submitted show the applicant plans to build to 2 units per acre. Additionally, the zoning designation is appropriate as there's R1C zoning across Victory Road. The 3 additional homes proposed would not cause significant changes to the current traffic patterns in the area, and this portion of Victory Road is slated to be widened and improved in the next 5 years. In conclusion, the planning team sees no adverse impacts to surrounding properties and recommends approval of CAR 22-1, and I will stand for questions.
Okay, thank you, Jesse. Next, we'll hear from the applicant.
All right, thank you. My name is Jacob Barrett with the applicant, address 1740 East Fairview Avenue, Suite 60, Meridian, Idaho, 83642. I don't really have a whole lot to add. It's pretty, I guess, basic application here with the ask for the annexation and rezone with R1C. We've worked with Jessie. I think her report shows she's done all the work necessary from the city side. The R1C zone seems appropriate for where this property, along the Victory Road there is going in the future, and gives the flexibility for the development to proceed down the line. We've followed up with some of the other information from the city of Boise regarding potential like easement along the canal at the back, or the ditch at the south end of the property. The ACHD requirements as far as where the driveway would be aligned with the driveways across the street. No, there's really all the city stuff is either, all the utilities are either already at the property or right there. It's basically just ready for annexation and redevelopment. And then that development is will be based on the capacity for development going forward. Obviously, we're not putting forward a development plan at this time, but I'm trying to take this one step at a time and just asking for approval of this annexation with the R1C zone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Barrett. Next, we'll hear from the Neighborhood Association. That's the Southwest Ada County Alliance. Tanya Clough is signed up. I'm not sure if she's online. Nope. Okay. Okay, we'll go ahead then and bring this back before the commission if there's any questions for the applicant or staff on this item.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Finfrock.
So question for the city. In a lot of the public comment, there was a lot of letters and concerns basically about how many lots were going to be on this property. And I think there was some confusion there. I know that some people believe there was up to 16 or 8, but I'm just clarifying there's 4 lots on this piece of property. And so a lot of the public comment, I think, was just maybe a little bit misguided as to exactly what's going on with this application. That's correct, right?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners. So with the zoning designation of R1C, the applicant could build up to 8 units per acre, which would give them 16 units on this 2-acre plot. However, the applicant has proposed or submitted site plans preliminarily showing that 4 acres. So with this application and the zoning designation, they could change that. But what is proposed now is 4 plots.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Squires.
and on that line of questioning, Jesse, the applicant would or would not have to come back in front of this commission and the council for a subdivision plat?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, for a 4-lot division, that could be an administrative process as a minor land division. However, if the applicant wanted to do more than 4 lots, then that would have to come back as a subdivision.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Very good. Okay, excellent. Go ahead and move into the public hearing for this item. If there's anybody here in person who'd like to testify tonight on this item, please come up to the podium. Okay, takers. Crystal, I'm sorry, I've lost my screen that shows the people online. So do we have anybody with the hands up online?
No hands.
Great, thank you. Sorry, the hands are right here. I could just ask you. Okay, thank you. All right, looks like no takers there. So Mr. Barrett, at this point, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. And you typically have 5 minutes for rebuttal. There's really not much to rebut, so you can just yield that time if you'd like.
I won't take your time.
Very good. With that, we'll go ahead and bring us back before the commission to render a decision. Again, CER 22-1.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Finfrock.
I recommend approval of CAR 22-1 along with the standard or recommended and standard conditions of approval.
Second.
Got a recommendation and a second to approve. Any discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, this is pretty straightforward. So the density is appropriate. Is this property, is it designated suburban in the comprehensive plan, and R1C is an appropriate zone for that. The annexation meets the city's level of service standards, and it will have minimal impact on the cost of services since the property is already adjacent to other incorporated properties in the area. So I think for that reason, I'm moving that we recommend approval.
Very good. Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, very good. We'll go ahead and just keep on trucking here. We have a motion and a second to approve CR 22-1. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Stead,
Aye.
Schaefer,
Aye.
Squires,
Aye.
Blanchard,
Aye.
Finfrock,
Aye.
all in favor, motion carries.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay, up next is item number 7, PUD 22-9 and SUB 22-7. Rodney Evans and Partners at 701 and 711 West Franklin Street. This is a modification to expand a CUP for a planned residential development comprised of 5 townhomes and 1 single-family home, and then a preliminary plat for said residential subdivision. And we are going to hear from staff first, and Ms. Lyle again.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, the item before you is PUD 22-9 and SCB 22-7. That's modification to expand a conditional use permit for a planned residential development comprised of 5 townhomes and 1 single family home located at 701, 711 North Franklin Street on 0.42 acres in the LOD zone. This also includes a preliminary plat for 6 buildable lots. Currently, the site is on the site, is an almost 9,000 square foot office building originally constructed as a residence in 1905, a parking lot, and a single family home. While the buildings are approximately 115 years old, they're not designated as historic and do not lie within a conservation district. However, the applicant does intend to retain the building on the corner of Franklin and 7th and to reconvert it into residential use. A previous version of this application was approved in August 2021, but the applicant purchased the property at 701 Franklin and is coming back to you today with a modification. All of the proposed townhomes will provide rooftop decks for private open space, and a portion of the existing building at 711 Franklin is to be removed to construct 2 new townhomes along 7th Street to be 35 feet in height. The existing building to be retained on the corner of Franklin and 7th is approximately 30 feet tall, and the applicant proposes an additional 2 townhomes along Franklin Street to be 4 stories and reach approximately 40 feet in height. All of the proposed heights are allowed within the LO zone where the height limit is 45 feet. The applicant also plans to renovate the existing structure at 711 Franklin and turn it back into a single-family home from its current office use. And each unit will provide 2 parking spaces on site. The applicant has submitted updated renderings from the original proposal that show facades with varying materials, individual front porches and patio areas, and awnings to provide visual interest and additionally, this application is subject to design review. Included with this application is the preliminary plat of McLean Terraces with 6 buildable lots, 1 for each residential dwelling. All lots have alley access, and each unit will have a pedestrian connection to the existing sidewalk. The applicant proposes to remove 3 trees on site while saving 3 trees and planting an additional 11. The applicant also proposes to remove some diseased and damaged trees in the right-of-way and replace them, and the Forestry Department has approved this proposal. Public comment was received from both Preservation Idaho and the surrounding neighborhood. Preservation Idaho supported of the measure taken to retain the existing structure, but has concerns with the height of the proposed structures in the rooftop deck. Neighbors also expressed concerns with the height of the proposed structures and privacy issues with the rooftop decks, and concerns with the cohesiveness of the design of the new structures, as well as increased traffic. While the proposed townhomes are taller than the existing structure, they're below the allowed 45 feet height limit in the LO zone, and the development code does not regulate rooftop usage. The applicant has submitted updated renderings that reflect materials used throughout neighborhoods such as brick, and additionally, this application is subject to design review. The applicant has provided the required parking on site for each proposed home, and the addition of 6 single-family homes will not negatively impact traffic in the neighborhood. So in conclusion, the planning team recommends approval of PUD 22-9 and SEB 22-7, and I will stand for questions.
Okay, thanks, Jesse. Next, we'll hear from the applicant.
Good evening again, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Ben Semple with Rodney Evans and Partners, 1450 West Bannock Street, Boise, Idaho 83702. I also have the architect and developer here to answer any further questions regarding the project. I want to thank Jessie for her staff report. This project probably looks familiar because you approved it last year. And then my client purchased the home that's currently a business at 711 West Franklin. We are in agreement with the terms and conditions contained in the staff report, as well as in agreement with the previous conditions placed on it with the variance that still applies to this project. It granted a waiver of the setback off the alley, which is actually, it will be 5 feet, and it's greater than the setback off of the alley right now. And additionally, we're still committed to the replacement of the trees within the planter strip while still maintaining aerial fire access, which was a requirement of the previous project as well. The corner structure will be retained. That was built in 1904. The red brick structures were built a few years after that. And then sometime in the 70s were connected with the glass and metal atrium structures that you see in some of those pictures. The retention, as Jesse mentioned, the retention of the structure is not required. There's actually some pretty massive and extensive structural upgrades that are going to be required, but we felt that it was appropriate to retain the corner as an anchor for the project, as it was the original structure on the site. The project approved previously was slightly different, but it did have 2 townhomes connected to the corner structure, a single family residence and an ADU, which accounted for 5 total dwelling units on the site. With the purchase of 711, if we hadn't changed that at all, we'd have 6 units. We currently have 6 units proposed on this, all single family, not one with an ADU. Everything is also self-parked on site. 2 parking spots for each home. And then there's street frontage there's an entry off of Franklin that will be closed to allow for additional on-street parking along Franklin and 7th Street. Height and design were the main concerns for the neighbors. Oh, Crystal, I have a power or just some PDFs if you could pull it up. Sorry. Just want to show you the original plat and where we're at right now, where we got to. This is that was the original PUD. This is the revised plat showing the 7-Eleven. We now have 2 townhomes, single-family townhomes along Franklin as opposed to a single-family residence. As Jesse stated, we will be below the 45-foot height. There has been some design changes a little bit that are reflective in those elevations. Currently, we're showing a portion on the top of those that would be for a potential residential elevator for the overrun. But even the top of that overrun is 44'5". So we're still below the 45-foot limit. We will be at design review, which will provide additional comment and conditions for approval. We did, however, go through some, if you go to the next one. So this is the revised PUD landscape plan, very similar. I'm still adding trees in there. This is the one, you might have to zoom in a little bit on this one. This is kind of a height. I just wanted to talk about this because this was brought up multiple times in letters. As you can see, the corner there is indicated by the little pin. There's multiple homes are indicated, the home heights. These are all approximate, pulled off of ground elevation and some elevation that you can get off of Google Earth. The red boxes indicate the top of the homes or the buildings in the area, and then the green represents the height of the trees in that area. As you can see, there's home heights anywhere from 21 feet on the single story along Franklin that's east of this, upwards of 72. There's a parking garage just to the east that's 60 feet tall. The church to the north is 82 feet tall. And that's not to mention the Capitol building that's about 2 blocks south that's 100 feet tall. Just to indicate the adjacency of some heights, as we feel that we're not forcing any additional height in here that wouldn't be allowed. All of these properties also fall within the LOD zone, and they could be upwards of 45 feet. And we are not requesting any height exception to that. Can you go to the next one? So these are some renderings that we produced, or that the architecture firm produced for the project, that represent kind of the condition of a build out on this corner right here. We faded back some of the trees that are either there or will be there in the future that will be planted. So we have gone through some design revisions. There's a little bit of additional detailing on the parapet that's more reflective of a traditional design, as well as the front column work. The next one. This shows the street facade along Franklin. We're trying to incorporate some of that brick back in there, probably tying in some stucco, which also talks to the white brick that's on the corner. We are adding rooftop structures to this, but I would like to point out that in almost every case, these are focused to the east or internal to the site. The rooftops on the Franklin Street townhomes that are the tallest, they have protection from the western sun with the stair that comes up to access that rooftop. So there's really no opportunity to see west of the property, and north of the property is protected by trees that are around 70 to 80 feet tall right now. We will be adding class 2 and class 3 trees within those planter strips, which will get to about the same height as the current that are along here. I would also like to point out that the closest residential project that is not associated with this would be the home at 713 Franklin. That is approximately 58 feet west of this project, of the townhomes on Franklin, and which have protection on the west side from any visibility into that yard, and then upwards of 100 feet plus from any other residential structure. Most of the structures on the north side of Franklin are a mix of residential, some office, some commercial. And then as you move south of this, you get closer to the State Street corridor where you get the Capitol and a lot of other office buildings. And then east of this is a larger parking structure that these look directly at. Ultimately, we feel that this project is attractive and unique and appropriate for the site and will bring extremely high quality housing to a site that's been office and commercial uses for at least the last 30 years. And with that, I would stand for questions.
Okay, thanks, Ben. Thanks. Next, we'll swing over to the Neighborhood Association. Mr. Hagan online. Okay, very good. Thanks, Crystal.
He should be unmuted.
Okay, Mr. Hagan, good evening. Go ahead. You have, where are we? We're in Neighborhood Association, right? 10 minutes. Name and address, please.
Slow computer today. All right, sorry about that, guys. Commissioners, Eric Hagan, 809 North 18th Street, North End Neighborhood Association Planning and Zoning Chair. Mr. Semple had invited us to several neighborhood meetings on this project before the modification, and we didn't hear of any concerns from the neighborhood during those meetings, and neither did we have any concerns with the development as proposed. Now with the addition or the modification of it, our review still seems to be that it's in line with Blueprint Boise, and that there's no concerns from a neighborhood, overall neighborhood position. Now I understand that there are some neighbors that have brought up some concerns, and I'll let them speak to their concerns further on, but those were new concerns that came up to us in the past week. So otherwise, we don't have anything else to add.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hagan. Any questions from the commission for staff applicant or neighborhood association? All good? Okay, looks like no questions. All right. Go ahead then, we'll move right on into public testimony on this item. So anybody here in person like to testify on this item, please come up to the podium. I'm sorry, we did have sign up. I apologize.
Pardon me?
We had to sign up. Go ahead, please. I'm assuming it's you signed up, I assume.
Yes.
Yes, go ahead, please.
My name is Betsy Moynihan. I live at 713 West Franklin Street.
There you go.
My name is Betsy Moynihan. I live at 713 West Franklin Street. I was just kind of really concerned. I'm glad that this is going residential. I know it's zoned for residential business. I'm really happy it's going more residential. I don't think the design matches the rest of the house. The rest of the houses, 7-Eleven was built in 1900. Mine was built in 1912. I've really tried to maintain, keep it authentic to the age of it. I know it's not in the historic district of Boise by half a street. The other side of Franklin is, my side isn't. But it is on the National Registry, and several of those houses across the street, my street, are in the historical listing or National Registry, sorry. So anyway, the only other concerns I have too are that there is an alleyway that is in the back of our house, and I can see that becoming the thoroughway for all of this traffic, all of these people that are parking and living in those 6 residences plus the single living. And the alley is not in good shape, so I don't know who takes control of that one, but that is a problem with potholes every year, ice, it's skinny. We also have WCA behind us, so it's used enough already that I don't know how it's going to be stopped from being a another way, another street almost. And I think that's it. It's a beautiful neighborhood. I really don't mind it becoming residential, but I would like it to be, the design to be more in flex with the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. And then we also, on our sign up, we had Mary Kate Torres.
Good evening, commissioners. Thank you for your time. I'll try to keep it quick. My name is Mary Kay Torres. I live at 3415 North Hawthorne Drive. My mother is Betsy Moynihan, who just spoke, living at 713 West Franklin Street. Naturally, I've been trying to help her pour over some of the documents. Neither of us is a planning and zoning expert. I believe that we are meeting the project as rendered with some skepticism and concern, predicated largely on what my mother just said. She lives at 713 West Franklin Street, and that was the John Parker house built in 1911. He was a saloon owner. And many of the houses on Franklin Street are historic. As my mother noted, just across the street, homes are protected and are in the overlay district and have to go through the Historic Preservation Committee. On the south side of the street, you still have incredibly rich craftsman homes that I think that taking that corner lot and the parking lot next to it and creating lateral density, if it were, is not in keeping with the neighborhood, is not compatible with the existing homes. I think that it creates for, if you will, luxury density. If you're going to allow for a 40-foot home and the comps are a parking garage, which nobody lives in, and the height of its use is January through April of every year, and you know, the parking garage and then a church, neither of those things have people living on the fourth floor, seeing on the fourth floor. It's not habitable and it's not livable. So the comp on height is just not realistic in my opinion. So I would hope that the Planning and Zoning Committee could look at this and understand the neighborhood concerns regarding the height of 40 feet when that fourth floor is truly livable, and the number of units given neighborhood compatibility, and if it can really fit the number of residents proposed to live there. By their own concession, that ingress egress onto Franklin Street would be gone, but there would be more on-street parking available, you know, if there's overflow. And I think that the parking on that street is already at a premium. As noted, the alley is incredibly rough shape, and I'm not sure that packing people in laterally achieves a reduction in the use on that alleyway. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else in person tonight would like to testify? Okay. Let's see, online we had one hand up, I think. All right, Sherry Gorell.
Yes.
Hi there. You can start with your name and
Hi.
address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Sherry Gorell. I am the manager of the Pink Guest House at 716 West Franklin Street. I am just across the street and just west of the proposed development. Overall, I'm supportive of a well-done renovation that keeps with the historic vibe of the neighborhood and respects the existing neighbors and their uses. My concern is, as has been mentioned before, is the height. I'm concerned that in the winter, when the sun is lower, that the houses on the north side of the development are not going to get sunlight. Building B at its 40-foot height is quite tall, and it actually stands out from the other two. I really appreciate that you're respecting the integrity of the corner building and keeping that. But building B just seems to kind of be a standout. I also appreciate that you're using the brick and attempting to incorporate them more. But I feel like that height is really going to be an impact of the sunlight on the houses across the street, which mine is one of those. I've also concerned, I don't know when this construction is supposed to start, but concerned about what time they start the noise and what time they end the noise, just because of, again, all the people that live here, sleep here, and, you know, we do want to be mindful of the loud noises. I've also heard a rumor, I hope this isn't true, that the old historic house that was recently purchased, Dr. Fox's house, or his office, there was a rumor that it was going to be moved actually closer to Betsy's house, so moved west. I don't know that anybody can confirm that, but I hope that that is not the case, to try to make that area larger for where that building B is going to go. So hopefully that is not going to happen. And then another thing, I'm curious, there is another lot, and I'm just going to bring this up because we're on here. There is another lot that was a car fix-it shop on the corner, just at the end of the block, on the corner of Franklin and 8th Street. And I've heard that this same developer may have purchased that lot. And if so, any buildings that are being designed for this project that we're talking about now would most likely could go onto that same block. So I want us to do this right. It is.
Thank you, Ms. Gorell. You're at your time. I hate to cut people off, but
that's okay.
3 minutes.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm pretty much wrapped up. Just want to be concerned about the noise and again, the height.
Gotcha.
And yeah.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else online that would like to testify? Okay, very good. We'll go ahead and bring us back to the applicant for 5 minutes of rebuttal or less.
I'll make this pretty quick. Mr. Chair, members of the committee or commission, I'm sorry, Ben Semple. While we're not in the historic district, we feel like we are providing some materiality and some design that will tie into that historic feel of the area. We will be going through design review as well. So we will get some additional feedback. I'm sure they'll have something to say to us. And we may make a few other modifications. Alley access is required. We're required to close the entry off of Franklin. It basically provides more public parking along the street. Our height is within allowance of the LOD zone. Back to the alley, if ACHD determines there's deficient facilities in there, they may require us to repave it. That's a condition of redevelopment. We're at 6 units on the site. The LOD zoning designation would allow 18 units on the same property size. I'm not sure, I haven't done a sun study, but I'm not sure if a 40-foot building will cast a shadow to the homes that are approximately 100 feet plus away from us, any more so than any of the trees, even without their leaves on it. Construction start is determined by code. We'll meet those code requirements. It's a condition of approval in the staff report. And then the house at 711 is to remain as is. There'll be some minor upgrades to the exterior and then just an interior remodel to turn it back into a single family home. And with that, I'd stand for additional questions.
Oh. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, I'm Kevin Kablick, the developer. I just wanted to respond to Betsy Moynihan as far as the alley goes. We're working right now with CCDC as the owner of the corner that used to be the British automotive site. We are working on trying to negotiate with CCDC to underground all the aerials there and upgrade that alley. as Ben said, we might be upgrading that alley anyway. And we do appreciate you being a friendly neighbor. We plan to continue to be friendly neighbors. We appreciate it. We feel that the historic design, we've tried to purposely keep that a jewel. I know that everybody may be thinking that we've got somewhat of a modern look flanking it, or building B may not be appropriate, but our goal was to really magnify the corner. And I think it's important. I just wanted to be here and say how special this location is. And the team that I've got here with John and Ben and our structural engineers, I think this is the right team for this location. And I can promise you that we've taken into consideration Paula's historic design comments, as well as the rest of the neighborhood. We've met with Nina multiple times, and we really feel we have a good product for the neighborhood. The 40-foot height, I think, could change. John, I'm not sure if the elevator, that's a potential option, but so we're showing our max height in those renderings that Ben provided to the city late, that's kind of showing the absolute highest it could be. If the elevator goes away, it would be lower than that. So again, just wanted to address that with the alleyway. We're not moving 711 Franklin. We're not picking up that house. We're not moving any closer. So I hope we've addressed your concerns, Betsy. Thank you.
Great. Okay. Thanks, guys.
We didn't get his address.
Oh, sorry. Here's your address for the record.
1450 West Bannock Street, Boise, Idaho, 83702.
Great. Thanks. Okay. We'll go ahead and bring these items back before the commission to render a decision. Again, it's PUD 22-9 and SUB 22-7, and we are the recommending body on the SUB.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Stead.
I move that we recommend approval for SUB 22-7 and approve PUD 22-9.
Second.
Got a motion to approve and second. Any discussion, Commissioner Stead?
Yeah, Mr. Chair. So I agree with the staff report. And additionally, I appreciate the preservation of 7-Eleven, and I appreciate the creativity to design. It may not look like it was built in 1900, but I think it's a good homage to the neighborhood. So I like the direction that that's going in, and I'm sure that design review will kind of cover the rest on that. And I am in support of the height. You know, it's in downtown or very, very close. And I think that a height in this location is compatible. It makes sense.
Great. Thanks, Commissioner Stead. Commissioner Squires?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. You know, this is in an area of transition. This is in the downtown mixed use area for the plan. It calls for a variety of uses. It could be residential, could be office, could be commercial. I think they've done an outstanding job. More often than not, I kind of look at our packet and I see the design for projects and go, oh. I'm excited about this. I am super excited about this. So thank you for bringing this to us. I think the limited office zone outright allows 45 feet. We can't do anything about that. I feel comfortable with that. I don't think that is something that we should try to take away from this applicant just because it's a PUD. Again, with the nearest home being almost 100 feet away, I think there is some very real valid points to what Mr. Semple said, and saying, you know, there's large trees that would probably provide more shadow than I think this project will. Again, it will go through design review, and I'm sure they will, you know, put their stamp on this project in their own way. So I'm very happy to second this motion for this project. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Commissioner Squires. Any other discussion? Okay, just real quick, I'll second and third comments. Nice job on the project. It looks good. I appreciate the attention to detail in the design. Certainly understand the concerns, you know, that were voiced about, you know, it's older buildings, newer buildings, you know, the blending of that. But I think this team's done a nice job coming to a good solution here. So appreciate, you know, the eye to the density, building height, all of that. I think it's a nice fit and a nice job all around. So I'll be supporting the motion as well. Okay, unless there's any other comments. Nope. All right, we'll go ahead and call the roll. Again, we have a recommendation to approve SUB 22-7 and a motion to approve 22-9. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Stead.
Aye.
Schaefer.
Aye.
Squires.
Aye.
Blanchard.
Aye.
Finfrock.
Aye.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, great. Thanks, everybody. Commission, want to take a 5-minute break? Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break. We'll be back at 8:43. Okay. All right, up next, Crystal's giving us the go sign. Let's do this. All right. Up next, item number 8, PUD 22-3, Erstad Architects at 1093 South Hilton Street, a conditional use permit to convert an existing assisted living facility into a planned residential development comprised of 77 multifamily units on 5.26 acres. And we're going to hear from Jesse Lyle again from staff.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, the item before you is PUD 22-3, an application for planned residential development comprised of 77 multifamily units. Subject property is located on 5.26 acres at 1093 Hilton Street in an R2 zone and surrounded by a mixture of housing types with commercial uses to the south and east. The site is currently being used as an assisted living facility, and the applicant plans to use the existing building and convert it to multifamily with minimal changes to the site. The density allowed in the R2 zone is 14.5 units per acre, and the applicant is proposing 77 units at 14.3 units per acre. The parking area currently does not meet all the standards of the development code, and the condition of approval will require the applicant to bring the current parking area up to code. Additionally, parts of Philippi Street to the west are currently unimproved. A condition of approval is for the applicant to improve Philippi with curb, gutter, and detached sidewalk. There was one public comment received with concerns over traffic increases and an overflow of parking. ACHD has approved this application, and the applicant plans to provide more parking than required on site. In conclusion, the planning team recommends approval of PUD 22-3, and I will stand for questions.
Okay, thanks, Jesse. Next, we'll hear from the applicant.
Good evening, Daphne Romani at 310 North 5th Street, Boise. I won't take too much of your time. Jesse did a good job at outlining the scope. We don't see any, don't have any objections with the proposed conditions. And in essence, we'll be using the existing building and providing an over parking the requirements.
Okay.
And I'll be available for questions.
Okay. Thanks, Ms. Romani. Sit tight on questions right now. We'll go ahead and see if we've got a representative from the Central Bench Neighborhood Association. Doesn't look like it. So we'll go ahead and bring this back to the commission for any questions of the applicant or staff. Nothing? Nope. Okay. All right. Not a lot of questions tonight from us. That's fine. We'll go ahead then and move right along into public testimony on this item. We've had one person sign up. Mr. Scott?
Mr. Seidenfeld.
Mr. Seidenfeld. Okay. And then we have Mr. Scott that signed up also.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you're fine. Go ahead. Mr. Scott can, that's okay, Mr. Scott. You can sit tight for 3 minutes.
My name is Mark Seidenfeld, Commissioners. I live at 9768 West Trestlewood Drive in Boise. My brother, my older brother, who's quite ill and unable to take care of himself, is living in this facility right now. And I understand the role of the planning staff is to make sure that the proposal meets with the requirements of the various codes. But it seems to me that there's been no mention whatsoever of the human element of this. This place is occupied by 100 people, many of whom have been there 10 years or more, every one of whom is elderly, half of them are in wheelchairs. There's no families for many of them. This is their home. They have no place else to go. Now, I understand that that's not the planning staff's problem, but it seems to me it's a question that needs to be considered. And I'm not sure where else is the place to do it other than to bring it to you. I would respectfully suggest that this be taken into consideration it seems to me there ought to be some condition imposed that before this is permitted, that provision be made for the people who live there now. These people, most of them literally have nowhere else to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Lynn Scott. I reside at 11336 West Sutherland Court. And similar to my predecessor, my mother-in-law lives there. And I'm here to kind of represent her. They gave, or they put a notice up on March 20th at the residence for them to be able to speak to you. Obviously, assisted living, I don't think they had the opportunity to. They don't have any clue. My mother-in-law has no clue this is even going on. So I feel like I need to address you to say, this is what we see. The only reason why I'm here is literally because my wife found an article online last week. That's the only reason why we even know this is going on. As I said, my mother-in-law lives at the facility. They accepted her to be moved in after they had already started this process. So they're allowing people still to move in, even though now we're going to have to move her if this is approved. A small example of what's happening is in order to get into a Medicaid facility, a lot of the places require you to private pay for up to a year and spend down those savings that you have to get below $2,000 and then get into Medicaid. If you're already on Medicaid, all the places in Boise won't accept you. They want that 1 year of $3,000 a month before they'll take the $700 a month from Medicaid. So many of these people, they're there, they're at Medicaid. They can't find another year's worth of $3,000 to pay for this place. My mother-in-law, she just applied for Medicaid last month. She got approved. She has no way to get into a new place now if this goes through. My wife spent 6 months trying to find this place. 6 months for one woman. She spent 6 months trying to find it. She only found 1, 2, maybe 3 places that were actually accepting Medicaid patients. My wife was able to convince these guys to allow my mother-in-law to pay for 5 months, not the full year. That's their standard, was a full year, but they allowed her to pay 5 months. We don't know where she's going to come up with the money to do this again. As was previously mentioned, there's over 100 residents in this facility. They are the vulnerable of the vulnerable. Not only are they elderly, they're assisted living, and many of them are on Medicaid and their backs are against the wall as to what they can or cannot do. Some of them are over 100 years old. They're wheelchair bound. They can't even make their own food. They can't take their own medication. They don't drive. One of their employees told me when we were filling out Medicaid that he has to do that for many of them because they have no family to do it. They don't have the capacity to do it. Now you're going to say, let's let them find a new place to live. 100 of them all at once, when it took 6 months to find a place for one person. Are they going to help find a place? How are these people going to find a place? How are they going to move? It's just mind-blowing to me.
Time.
The owners of
Mr. Scott, I'm sorry. I hate to cut people off, but that's your 3 minutes.
Okay.
Your time's up.
Well, I just implore you, please vote your conscience.
Okay.
Do not allow this to happen.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else here in person like testify? Okay. We'll check in online. Anybody online that would like to testify on this item? Looks like we have Sandy Watts. Sandy Watts. Okay, Ms. Watts, if you can unmute, should be able to hear you.
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. My name's Sandy Watts. I live at 2099. Oh, can you share the screen first?
I think so, yeah. If you can finish with your address, please.
Okay, yep, 2099 West Snyder Drive.
Great, thank you. And you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay. What? Okay, share. I'm trying to get the share screen up. I'll go ahead and start. I would like to read you experts from 3 letters sent from the owners, Denopoly Capital Partners, to Arbor Village community regarding this proposal. First letter, December 15th, 2021. Due to the fear of the pandemic and the survival of the assisted living industry, Denopoly started exploring contingency plans. The following are their experts from their letters. The city has a strict and lengthy process for exploring a conversion of this magnitude, and we quickly learned that the zoning land use would make this conversion very difficult. We felt it was important to communicate to our residents, families, and team members that we are fully committed to our mission at Arbor Village and will continue to provide the best service possible for many years to come. Next page. Second letter, March 16, 2022. Last year, our property owner was forced to consider a backup plan and evaluate other land uses in case the pandemic was a challenge we could not overcome. Our community is vibrant, thriving, and growing. Our Arbor Village team is amazing. We are in a different situation now. The assisted living industry is stable and recovering. Since the considered rezoning would require removal of more than 30% of our apartments, that reduction does not make financial sense. Therefore, there is no plan to move forward with a different use of our building. Third letter, March 17, 2022. This is night and day different from the early uncertain times of COVID that forced our property owner to launch a process to evaluate other land uses for our building. With the success of this past year, we now know that the evaluation process will end with the City of Boise's Planning and Zoning Commission meeting on April 4th. Summary, the owners were forced to look into contingency plans. Arbor Village at Hillcrest has been thriving, successful, and stable throughout the pandemic. Denopoly stated they have no plans on converting this building and stated these plans do not make financial sense. Denopoly stated to the residents, families, and staff that they will remain committed to Arbor Village for many years and that this conversion ends tonight. Do not approve this proposal. The owners have downplayed the severity of the consequences this proposal will have to the senior residents and their family members from the start. The residents may have been deterred from attending this meeting due to Denopoly's promise and assurance this would not happen. If Denopoly changes their minds in the future, the residents will not have a fair chance to save their homes and livelihood. Hold the owners accountable. If they don't want this conversion and it doesn't make financial sense, then don't pass it. And that is the conclusion of my presentation. I have one more person who would like to present tonight in this room with me.
Time.
Okay, if the next person could just state your name and address for the record, please. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
We can, yes.
Oh, excellent, great. My name is Steve McCarthy. I'm at 10685 West Patty Street, Boise, Idaho. There are over 100 residents who reside at Arbor Village. This is someone's mother, grandma, grandpa, father, sister, brother, etc. I want you to internally think, what if this was your family member? These seniors feel safe, secure, happy, and cared for. They have friendships and a sense of community. These seniors have a life, a home, and they thrive at Arbor Village. Senior citizens are a vulnerable population in our community. These residents, including war veterans, must be protected and cared for. Letting Denopoly, a California investment company, swoop in and evict over 100 of our senior citizens in our city and displacing them is appalling and will have a dire consequence to each resident and their families. In addition, Denopoly has downplayed the severity of this proposal to the Arbor Village community by assuring the residents this proposal is not moving forward, and yet they did nothing to stop this proposal in its course. And here we are today. Why didn't they stop this proposal in its tracks when they sent out those letters dating back to December? Why do they still want this to pass? Because of this, I do not believe Denopoly is being 100% truthful of their intentions with this vulnerable senior community. Residents and their families may have been deterred from speaking tonight due to the assurances and promises from Denopoly. The proposal needs to be denied. If owners are denied today and they try this again, then the residents and families will know their true intentions. This way, the residents and their families will have a chance to stand up and fight for their home, happiness, and livelihood. Please help our seniors and veterans at Arbor Village tonight. Please do not pass this proposal. Boise is better than this. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, anyone else online that would like to testify this evening, please raise your hand. Okay, all right, we'll go ahead and bring it back to the applicant for 5 minutes of rebuttal.
In regards to the notifications that for this meeting and the project moving forward, we asked the same questions, what will happen? And so we asked them what will happen with the residents, and they basically shared that they shared the letters, communications with the tenant, with the residents, and not necessarily the discouragement that this would not be moving forward, but they do have a assistance in place for looking for other facilities for the residents. When they started the process, it basically came when a vacancy had dropped significantly after COVID. And so I think as of recently, it has gone up and it has improved. Like they mentioned in the original letter, the process is very lengthy and it's a public process. So the residents need to be informed of the possibility. In addition, the construction and the market costs that are happening, everything has to be evaluated thoroughly in order to verify whether this is a viable solution or not. So it still remains the case. And so even with an approval today, they will still definitely investigate and all the requirements and the costs involved. So it's not necessarily going to happen immediately. And no matter whether it moves forward or there are impediments to it, they will have plenty of time to assist all of the residents in finding alternative location.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Amanda Schaus, Eelman Burke, 250 East Front Street, Boise, Idaho, representing also the owner and the applicant. Just to reiterate what Daphne said, well, first of all, thanks to the staff for working on this application with us, and thank you to the residents for expressing your concerns. They're not new. We're aware of the concerns. Here today, we're merely looking at whether or not this use is compatible with this zone and with the surrounding areas. And if you read the project report closely, it meets with comp plan goals. It encourages a mix of housing, reuse, infill. It's near a community activity center. It's only minor exterior improvements. It fits, it checks all the boxes on being a compatible use, which is why we're here today. I do want to acknowledge that we are, as Daphne said, early in the process, and this is just a first step to get this approval. It is a long process, and the owners have not prepared any plans yet, and they haven't done any feasibility studies on cost. So it is still early in the process, and they are sensitive to the owners and their concerns and the needs of the residents. And they have done these formal communications with the residents. They've tried to keep them informed, and they're doing the best they can while they're trying to decide what they want to do in the future with this property. They've had a few letters. They've had informal communications. They have a person on site to answer any questions the residents might have. And if this does proceed and they decide that it's a feasible project, there will be a transition plan in place that will provide plenty of notice and timeline. And they are dedicated to using their resources and their relationships within the community to find spaces for each resident before they start construction. Other than that, okay,
All right,
thank you.
great. Thank you. Okay. We'll go ahead and close the public hearing and bring this back before the commission to render a decision. Again, this is item number 8, PUD 22-3.
Mr. Chairman, can we ask questions?
Commissioner Squires, yeah, what do you got? I think that's warranted. Given this,
Confusion?
yeah, given the situation, yeah.
Yeah, just seeing all the different letters popping up on the screen, the dates not being quite what they were represented to be. I'm just confused.
Okay.
And honestly don't know what to do in this situation. I guess the question I have for legal, do we have the capability to condition this for a relocation plan of any sorts? Is that something that we could potentially consider as a commission?
I think that's going to be a question where you'll have to look really closely at your criteria for approving a conditional use permit, which this would fall under. And I'd suggest the closest criterion would be adverse effect on other property of the vicinity. And happy to hear other thoughts and further deliberations, but just to clarify procedurally, the PUD application at hand here is to convert the multifamily use. It is not an entitlement to end or modify any landlord, tenant, or resident relationship or customer relationship that exists now. That's not the purpose of the PUD permit. So I would say not in this commission's purview to read all of that into the criteria, but take a look at that. And if you have questions of either the applicant or anyone who testified, it's certainly your option to reopen the public hearing, inquire of anyone who has testified, and of course, give the applicant the opportunity to rebut anything at the end.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Finfrock, go ahead.
So it would be okay if I go over the approved criteria since I'm looking at it right now, just so we can take it, like if any of what our discussion here falls within any of these actual elements. So the approval criteria is the location compatible to other uses in the neighborhood? Will the proposed use place an undue burden on transportation and other public facilities in the vicinity? Is the site large enough to accommodate the proposed use? The proposed use, if it complies with all conditions imposed, will not adversely affect other property of the vicinity. The proposed use is in compliance with the comprehensive plan, and a multifamily building is designed to comply with the citywide design standards and guidelines. I'm not sure any of what we discussed tonight falls under our discretion. I mean, I'm not sure it's within our discretion under this approval criteria. Otherwise, I mean, maybe I'm interested in hearing comments from the commission.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Stead, yeah.
I'm going to make a motion to approve PUD 22-3.
We've got a motion to approve. Do I hear a second?
Second.
I've got a second. Okay, Commissioner Stead, please.
Okay, it's really, really difficult to separate the emotions from this. It's tragic, and it sounds like it has been some poor communication. I do think on the public slides that we were seeing with the letters, it looked to me like the original letter was dated 2021, but then she was saying 2022, which I think was a mistake. But even still, if these letters were sent a year ago, 6 months ago, 4 months ago, it sounds like it was poor communication, and it would lead me to have untrustworthy feelings, certainly towards that owner. If I had a loved one in that residence, to be assuring that you're not going to sell or you're not going to redevelop, and then this is now on the table. That's heartbreaking. However, I don't see how, like, I see that this fits all of our criteria for approval. So I feel like I have no other choice but to move forward with that. And I know that's really hard to do given the testimony and the sensitivity of this subject, but that's where I land with it. I feel torn, but also like I can't come up with a reason to deny it based on our criteria.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Stead. Commissioner Finbrock.
I agree with Commissioner Stead. I hate that we are so confined in what we can decide here as a commission, but I mean, our criteria is very straightforward. And as the applicant pointed out, what's in front of us is the compatibility of the project. And the project is essentially the same footprint. So we don't really have a lot of discretion just based on the code. So I'm in support of the motion.
Okay, thanks, Commissioner Finbrock. Any other comments? Well, I'll sound up. I think we might have some comments from the other end of the dais here in a minute. I'm in agreement with Commissioners Stead and Finbrock. I agree that it's difficult to separate the emotion from the situation. However, this is a land use body, right? We look at land use, we look at zoning requirements, and I agree in that our CUP criteria, I don't see a way how we can't approve this. I think the use is appropriate for the site. I think the proposed use works with the existing facility that's there. So having said all that, it is difficult given the sensitivity of the situation. So I sympathize strongly with the residents that are currently at the facility, but again, I don't see how we can deny this based on our requirements within the code and the CUP requirements. So that's my 2 cents. Any other comments from Commissioners Blanchard or Squires?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Blanchard.
As we can already see where this is going, I will just be confident and comfortable in casting my protest no vote. I think that we've been able to, frankly, extract, for lack of a better term, I'm thinking about Reidenbaugh specifically, where the owners of the new housing there bent over backwards to make sure that those residents were moved and put in the new housing. Even the applicant here is kind of hedging on whether this is a renoviction or if it's if they're just getting an entitlement, and the documentation that we've gotten is spotty at best. And I agree that it's very difficult under the current CUP guidelines, but yeah, I will not support it.
Okay, thanks, Commissioner Blanchard. Commissioner Squires, any thoughts before we take the roll?
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like it. I'll just be honest. I don't like it. I'm not happy about what we have to do tonight. I think there needs to be much better communication from your team moving forward. And I feel like I have no choice but to support the motion because of the findings, but I don't like it.
Yep. Understood. Thank you, Commissioner Squires. Okay. So with that, we'll go ahead and call the roll. Again, this is PUD 22-3, and we have a motion to approve. So clerk, please call the roll.
Stead.
Aye.
Schaefer.
Aye.
Squires.
Aye.
Finfrock.
Aye.
Blanchard.
Oh.
4 in favor, 1 opposed. Motion carries.
Okay. Thanks. All right. Up next is item number 9. It's PUD 22-2 and SUB 22-3 at 3324 West Tucker Road. It's a CUP for a planned residential development comprised of 2 single-family homes with a parking reduction on 0.26 acres in R1C, and then a preliminary plat for said residential subdivision. We're going to hear from staff first. Sabrina Mortensen is up.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. The item before you is a conditional use permit for a planned residential development comprised of 2 single-family homes on 0.26 acres located at 3324 West Tucker Road in an R1C zone. A parking reduction and preliminary plat for a 2-lot residential subdivision are also included. There are 2 existing dwelling units on the site, which the applicant proposes to retain. The parcel will be split so that each home is on a separate lot with one fronting on Tucker Road and the other fronting on Girard Street. Waivers from the required minimum lot size and rear setback are requested for the northern parcel, as can be allowed through the PUD process. The applicant also requests a parking reduction in order to allow the current parking arrangement on the site to remain. The planning team is in support of the parking reduction, as the layout has already existed on the site without creating negative impacts for the neighborhood, and the overall function of the site is not anticipated to change due to the proposed subdivision. There are existing street improvements along Tucker Road, and the applicant requests a waiver from the requirement to install improvements along Girard Street. A recommended condition of approval does require the installation of curb gutter and attached sidewalk along Girard Street, as there is potential for the adjacent double-fronted lots to the east to redevelop in a similar manner in the future, thereby providing improved pedestrian connectivity in the area. The applicant has expressed some concern related to this condition, along with condition number 3, which requires a 3-foot landscape buffer to be provided between the northern driveway and the side property line. The landscape buffer is a requirement of the development code, which is intended to improve on-site drainage and reduce impacts on the adjacent properties. As described in the staff report, the application complies with all PUD requirements as conditioned. The planning team recommends approval of the conditional use permit, parking reduction, and preliminary subdivision plat. And I will stand for any questions.
Okay, thanks, Sabrina. Next, we'll hear from the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commission. My name is Stefan St. Marie, 3310 West Kipling Road, Boise, Idaho, 83706. Thank you for considering this. I hope it passes. And the 2 things I wanted to talk about were essentially, since there's really no development or construction happening on site and that this has existed without negative impacts to the neighborhood, I would like to reconsider the requirement for the sidewalk, curb, and gutter. There is a photo in the packet as well that just shows the sidewalk would just dead end into the apartment grassy area and not really go anywhere. And then also with the driveway is requested to be shaved down for a 3-foot landscape buffer. I understand that's in the code. This has been existing. I'm afraid that a reduction in that width would encourage anyone with a larger vehicle to park on the street, which actually would have some negative impacts to more street parking. And then I also did knock on the neighbor's yard as well, and I invited them tonight to talk. They see no benefit to shaving that down and are good with it as is. So just those 2 things, and I'm good on time. Thanks.
Okay, great. Thank you. Next, we'll see if we have anybody from the neighborhood association with us. We had Tom Helmer from the Sunset Neighborhood Association. Looks like maybe not expected. So we'll go ahead and just bring this back to the commission for any questions of staff or the applicant. Questions? Okay.
Real quick, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Commissioner Blanchard.
For the applicant, real quick. So the opposition to the curb gutter and sidewalk is on for the whole project or just on Girard?
So just, Mr. Chair, council, or
you're all good, man.
Sorry.
You're good.
It's just for Girard. Tucker Street does have an existing sidewalk. There's no sidewalks on Girard.
Okay.
So I guess question for staff, Sabrina. So we're basically looking at creating a front yard. Is that how we're looking at it on the Girard side, right? Is that the front yard facing Girard then? Is that the idea?
Mr. Chair, yes, that's correct. The existing lot is double fronted with frontage on Tucker and Girard.
Gotcha.
So that new lot would be fronting on Girard Street.
Gotcha. Okay. Great. Okay. Thanks. Any other questions? Okay. All right. Looks like no other questions. So we'll go ahead and open up for any public testimony. We have a hand up online. Mr. Hayden, you can go ahead and unmute. Start with your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes to testify.
Todd, you're unmuted.
Yeah, Mr. Hayden, we can't hear you if you are speaking. You might check your volume. Maybe a technical difficulty, Crystal? Any idea?
I'm not sure. I'm going to try to promote to panelists, see if that works.
Okay, thanks. Okay, Mr. Hayden, I see you're unmuted, but we still can't seem to hear you on our side. Right. Yeah, if there's anybody else online that'd like to testify, please go ahead and raise your hand while we work through this technical glitch here with Mr. Hayden.
Crystal, the other thing you can do is put the phone number in the chat.
Yeah, you can call in.
Technical issues and ask him to call in. We could give that a minute and then if not, make these. Yeah, I can drop off.
Questions?
He's back. There he is.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Oh,
all right, made it.
waiting almost 4 hours. I'm glad. Thanks for your patience.
Okay, we can go ahead and start with your name and address. And
Let me get back to my script. Now my heart's pounding. Sorry. My name's Todd Hayden. I live at 3216 West Tucker Road in Boise. I've lived on Tucker Road for 18 years. I maintain a home. Wrong script. Got to go for the short one. I lived at 3216 Tucker Road for 18 years, 5 houses down from the subject property. I am against the proposed subdivision in the application. I see no reason why the existing ADU cannot continue to function as intended under the as permitted conditions and/or restrictive deeds. As part of the ADU permitting, I understand there is a deed restriction placed on the principal property for continued owner occupation of one of the 2 resulting dwellings over the life of the ADU. This is, I assume, to assure the owner has a vested interest in maintaining their property in a manner to better the neighborhood, rather than possible degradation of a split substandard portion under independent ownership. I would ask, does 3324 West Tucker Road have this restrictive deed? If so, it would appear this proposed subdivision of the Tucker Road property is an effort to bifurcate the property ownership, breaking the deed and the legal link that I believe binds them. The composed application report states the Through the current application, the structure, meaning the ADU, will become the primary dwelling on the newly created lot. Further, ADUs are permitted based on reduced development requirements, including setbacks, landscaping, parking, sidewalks, etc. Is it possible now to allow the property to become independent as essentially a new substandard property? Who's benefiting from this? I don't think it's the neighborhood. The ADU was built with parking access to Girard Street, a substandard road which serves several large social support housing developments with transient populations. The current military-looking fencing at the ADU property facing Girard reflects the tough environment. Girard Street has a cobbled development history and currently ranges in width from 19.5 to 26 feet, with most of it at 21 feet without curbing, much less sidewalks. It was a canal, turned buried canal, turned dirt alley, turned paved alley. ACHD calls for developed lots to provide 5-foot sidewalks on both sides of the street. One look west down Girard Street and the challenges are evident in making this a standard standalone lot. The report says it's in the spirit of GDP M3, encouraging various types of housing, including ADUs, yet the dwelling is already an ADU. There is no enhancement here, only separation of the ADU from its principal property. The design document states that it should include types of places the community would like to foster and the land use patterns that will be encouraged in each of these places. The proposed orphaning of this ADU does neither. This is not complementary development per the Boise blueprint. And in general, I support the ADU housing if done right and with the restrictive deed, but I am against this particular subdivision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hayden. Okay. All right, I think we're good on. Sorry, my Zoom is rebooting there. I think we're good on testimony for this project. Then we'll go ahead and bring it back to the applicant for a quick rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commission. I'll bring up 2 points about the arguments. The lot dimensions would allow for density for 2 single-family homes. So if we tore down both homes, this lot does support the density for 2 single-family homes. It would be nice not to tear them down. It'd be nice to provide another single-family home in the area. As for the deed restriction for the ADU, this application would remove an ADU and it would create a single-family home, which would have its own rules to be it could be a new owner-occupied home. And since this lot supports it, that's what I'll say. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, we'll bring this back before the commission to render a decision. Again, this is PUD 22-2 and SUB 22-3. And we are recommending on the plat, SUB.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Stead.
I guess I'll make the motion again.
Thank you.
I move to recommend approval for SUB 22-3 and to approve PUD 22-2.
Do I hear a second?
And I guess I would clarify that it's with the existing conditions as written in the staff report.
Okay, but the conditions as written in the staff.
Yes.
Okay, and we have a second from Commissioner Finfrock. Discussion, please.
I agree with the staff report. So I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, please.
Okay. I agree with the staff report. And in addition, just as we said with the State Street project, we've got to start somewhere with sidewalks. I understand that maybe not, that other developments on the street may not have sidewalks at this point, but this is our chance, even if that's an existing building, this is our chance to kind of get what the city needs out of new development. So, so I support that condition.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Stead.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Finfrock.
I'll just echo that, like the continuous pedestrian connectivity. The only way we can get there is through these type of applications. So we'll just continue to make that move towards better sidewalks and, more sidewalks and the overall goal of the connectivity. So this is how we do it. And so I'm in support of the motion.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any other comments? Nothing? Okay, got it covered. Okay. I'll sound off. I'm going to support the motion. Although a little bit reluctantly, I do agree with the testimony that is a little odd since we have already a home with an ADU on it. But having said that, I see no reason not to approve the split. So it's just kind of an interesting situation, right? When you have a double fronted lot like this. So again, I will be supporting the motion, but it is a little bit of a unique situation. So we have staff recommendation and a motion to approve. And so I'm in support of that. Again, we have a motion to recommend approval of SUB 22-3 and a motion to approve PUD 22-2 with all the terms and conditions as written in the staff report. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Stead.
Aye.
Schaefer.
Aye.
Squires.
Aye.
Blanchard.
No.
Finfrock.
Aye.
4 in favor, 1 opposed. Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. Okay. All right, team. It's 9:30. We got 2 more left. Should we just push on through? Okay.
I don't see any.
Very good. Well, let's do it. Item number 10 is up next. PUD 22-7 and SUB 22-5 at 1719 South Longmont Avenue. Rodney Evans and Partners. CUP for planned residential development of 2 single-family homes on 0.15 acres, and then the associated preliminary plat. And we're going to hear from Sabrina Mortensen again this evening.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, the next item before you is a conditional use permit for a planned residential development comprised of 2 single-family homes on 0.15 acres located at 1719 South Longmont Ave in an R2 zone. A preliminary plat for a 2-lot residential subdivision is also included. The applicant proposes to demolish the existing single-family home on the site, construct 2 new detached single-family homes, and subdivide the property into 2 residential lots. Each of the new dwelling units will have an alley-loaded detached 2-car garage to provide the required off-street parking for the project. The applicant requests dimensional waivers as shown on the slide, and also requests to waive the requirement to install curb, gutter, and sidewalk improvements along the property's frontage on Longmont. The Southeast Neighborhood Association provided written comments in support of the proposed development, but requested that street improvements be required. However, the planning team supports the requested waiver as the installation of the improvements in this location could create drainage issues and would require the relocation of an existing irrigation ditch. Furthermore, the adjacent properties to both the north and south have recently been granted similar waivers, meaning that there is no potential for improvements on the site to connect to adjacent improvements in the foreseeable future. As conditioned, the proposed use complies with all PUD approval criteria, and the planning team recommends approval of the conditional use permit and preliminary subdivision plat. I will stand for any questions.
Okay, thank you, Sabrina. We'll hear from the applicant. Ben's back.
I'm back. Ben Semple with Rodney Evans and Partners, 1450 West Bannock Street, Boise, Idaho, 83702. Yeah, I want to thank Sabrina for her help in getting through this and to this point, and the staff report. We are in agreement with all conditions in terms of the staff report. ACHD did waive the requirement for the road frontage improvements on Longmont as well. I was also the applicant on the other 2 projects, one on either side of this one, in which they also waived them, mostly due to their concerns about drainage along Longmont. It's a short run that dead ends with no potential extension in the future unless the new look car wash is demolished. The majority of the traffic associated with this project comes from the alley that's on the west side. And there not only are the other 2 projects adjacent to this, but there's multiple projects on the east side of Longmont, closer to, I believe it's Warren is the intersection, that were constructed without curb gutter sidewalk. I understand the neighborhood's concerns about the narrow street section and pedestrians and traffic, but the installation of curb and gutter would effectively narrow this street section. We are piping that ditch, which allows us to provide a shoulder which can give some on-street parking on there without encumbering the asphalt width there. I would stand for questions.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Ben. I don't know if we have anybody from CENA with us. No, doesn't look like it. Kind of surprised. Mr. Berg's usually here. So just double checking, there is no one from the Southeast Neighborhood Association online. All right, very good. Well, we'll go ahead and bring it to the commission for any questions of staff or the applicant. Boy, we are full of questions tonight. Yeah. Okay, no takers. Okay. All right. You're getting off easy on this one, Ben. I don't know if there's any public left to testify. Let's see. Go ahead and open up the public hearing for this item. If you're online and would like to testify on this item, please go ahead and raise your hand. All right. No takers, looks like. No rebuttal from the applicant. So we'll go ahead and just bring this item back before the commission.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Finbrock.
I move to approve PUD 22-7 and recommend approval of SUB 22-5, along with the recommended and standard conditions of approval.
Second.
We've got a motion to approve from Commissioner Finbrock and a second from Commissioner Blanchard. Go ahead, Commissioner Finbrock.
Okay, not a lot of comment, but just to address the street improvements, I agree, we always try to push for those, but the fact that there's going to be a drainage issue if we do, and that the adjacent properties were granted the waiver, definitely, I think it's appropriate in this situation not to enforce those street improvements. And as the applicant pointed out, he's going to create a shoulder so that hopefully there'll be some pedestrian access that way. So.
Very good.
Just briefly, Mr. Chair, I like the site plan, Ben, looks really good. I like the articulation on the building. So really good looking project, just like your other one tonight. Thanks.
All right, very good. Thanks, Ben. Nice job. Go ahead and call the roll. We have a recommendation to approve SUB 22-5 and a motion to approve PUD 22-7. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Stead.
Aye.
Schaefer.
Aye.
Squires.
Aye.
Blanchard.
Aye.
Finbrock.
Aye.
All in favor, motion carries.
Yeah. Thanks, Ben. See ya. Yeah. Okay. Last but not least, we have item number 11, CUP 21-71 Tomlinson Designs at 9998 and 10032 West State Street. This is a CUP for a major motor vehicle repair shop on 0.97 acres in a C2D zone. And we're here from Sabrina Mortensen with staff.
All right, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, the last item before you tonight is a conditional use permit for a major motor vehicle repair shop on 0.97 acres located at 9998 and 10032 West State Street in a C2D zone. The applicant proposes to construct a major motor vehicle repair shop comprised of office space, shop space, a covered carport, and associated landscaping and site improvements. The development will utilize a single vehicular access point from Gardner Lane, and cross-access will be provided to the adjacent parcel to the west in the event that the property develops in the future. Street improvements are provided along North Gardner Lane and West State Street, including a 12-foot wide multi-use pathway along State Street as is required by the State Street Corridor TOD plan. The Northwest Neighborhood Association provided comments which support the installation of the multi-use pathway along State Street. One neighbor submitted comments which expressed general concern regarding traffic and safety in the area, but did not provide any specific objections to the proposal. As conditioned, the proposal complies with all CUP requirements. The planning team recommends approval of the conditional use permit, and I will stand for any questions.
Okay, thanks, Sabrina. We'll go ahead and hear from the applicant. I think Mr. Tomlinson is online.
I am here.
Yep. Go ahead.
State your name, Jason Tomlinson, address 3883 East Barber Drive, Boise, Idaho, 83716. I too would like to thank Sabrina for the work that she has done in creating this proposal. I feel that we have met all of the concerns regarding what the city has brought forth, what ACHD has come forward with, as well as ITD, since we're on the State Street corridor. The only concern, as I know, came from a neighbor, as was stated, regarding the increased traffic flow on Gardner Street. This is a low volume destination point type of use, and we do feel that this will play, the development of this site won't place a burden with regards to traffic flow at this intersection of State and Gardner. Feel the development will be a positive asset to the area and potentially stem further positive development along the State Street corridor as a whole. That's really all I've got to say. And since there's only 5 of us left to hear, both live and online, that's all I've got to say.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Tomlinson. Next, we'll hear from the Neighborhood Association. I think Mr. Llewellyn is still with us.
Richard Llewellyn for 9170 Hill Road for Northwest Neighborhood Association. We support the project. I won't take up more of your time. Just appreciate that the applicant, as far as we saw, came in with a plan that considered the State Street corridor elements. I think will look good. We have existing land uses in that area. It's long had a few both kind of mom and pop auto shops, as well as one across the street. So, and we'd like to thank staff for ensuring that 12-foot multimodal pathway is continuing through that area. So those are all the comments. So we're in support. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Llewellyn. All right. Any questions from the commission for staff applicant neighborhood association? Okay. No takers. Okay. Sorry. Hang on. My Zoom tonight has been acting up. Bouncing all over the place. Okay. No questions. So we'll go ahead and open up public testimony. Anybody online wants to testify, please raise your hand. No one's left to testify. So Mr. Tomlinson, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. You have 5 minutes for rebuttal. Really nothing to rebut, but go ahead.
I have nothing to say at this point.
Okay, very good. We'll bring this item back before the commission then to render a decision. Again, we're looking at CUP 21-71.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Blanchard.
I move that we approve CUP 21-71 with all the terms and conditions stated in the staff report.
Second.
Great. We have a motion and a second to approve. Any discussion?
I will, as the motion maker here, Mr. Chair. Yeah, this is, I mean, super straightforward. It's a commercial use in a commercial zone. We got the 12-foot corridor. So yeah, there's nothing really to argue about here.
Very good. Commissioner Squires, any thoughts?
Mr. Chair, I just echoed what Commissioner Blanchard said and would just like to note that I really like the aesthetics of the building, and I think it'll be a really nice addition and enhancement to State Street.
Very good. Any other comments? Yep, I'll be supporting the motion as well. Applicant did a nice job with the site plan, and we have staff and neighborhood association support. So again, I'll be in support of the motion also. All right, we have a motion and a second to approve CUP 21-71. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Stead?
Aye.
Schaefer?
Aye.
Squires?
Aye.
Blanchard?
Aye.
Pinbrook?
Aye.
All in favor, motion carries.
Great. Thanks, everybody. We are adjourned.